You're good to go.
We're good to go? Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second edition of Roads and Highways Summit, aptly titled Accelerating the Road Infrastructure, New India at 75. We're sorry to hold you on. Minister is running slightly delayed. So what we're going to do in the meantime is there's a knowledge report which is going to be released by the Honorable Minister. In the meantime, before it's formally released, we will request our knowledge partner, CRISIL. Akshay is from CRISIL. He will briefly take you through the report. In between, when the Minister joins, we'll stop in between and start the regular program. So may I invite Akshay to please come in and talk about the report that we'll be releasing today. Emerging trends and opportunities in roads and highway sector. Akshay, over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second edition of the Roads and Highways Summit organized by FICCI, Accelerating Road Infrastructure, New India at 75. The COVID-19 pandemic has adversely affected economic and business activities in India and around the world. During these trying times, government spending on infrastructure, especially on roads and highways, has emerged as a ray of hope for the Indian economy. The highway construction sector saw high growth of over 30% last fiscal vis-a-vis the year before. Toll collections also surpassed pre-pandemic levels by the third quarter of the fiscal. This was the result of multiple government initiatives and extensive budgetary support to the sector. To enhance resource mobilization and attract private sector investment for all these initiatives, the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and the National Highways Authority of India has made investor-friendly changes in the model concession agreement under the hybrid annuity mode, toll operate transfer mode, and the build operate transfer mode. This has boosted investor sentiment, as is evident from successful TOT bundles 5A and 5B, and significant interest shown by developers in HAM and EPC bids. In addition, significant progress has been made in reviving the BOT toll model. These steps will go a long way in achieving a better mix of EPC, HAM, and BOT while awarding projects of MORTH and NHAI. The Government of India is also rolling out ancillary and support infrastructure around the highways network. These include multimodal logistics parks, wayside amenities, etc. These initiatives are in line with the MORTH and NHAI's focus on enhancing user experience and building world-class infrastructure. The need for a robust and efficient logistics system has been felt deeply since the onset of the pandemic. The government has laid the foundation stone for the first MMLP to be built in India. In addition, more than 30 MMLPs have been planned across India. The infrastructural support thus generated will help reduce the cost of transportation and warehousing and create a more efficient commercial transport ecosystem. Development of wayside amenities is expected to have a positive, far-reaching impact on road users. Also, incorporation of forward-looking designs and technologies, such as electric charging stations in these wayside amenities, will help strengthen electric vehicle support across India. The roads and highways sector in India is indeed undergoing a paradigm shift. As the phase 1 of Bharatmala Pariyojana gets executed, more and more benefits will start flowing into the sector as a whole. MORTH and NHAI have been leading adopters of technology such as FASTag and are focusing on building smart highways. As we move forward, there are a host of opportunities lined up for all the stakeholders, which should help the sector scale new heights of performance. So to summarize, Our knowledge report on emerging trends and opportunities in the roads and highways sector gives a background of the current state of sectors, talks about the focus on expressways and allied infrastructure like multimodal logistics parks and wayside amenities. It dwells into the positive impact of emerging infrastructure developments in the sector, improvements in logistical efficiency, new business opportunities across the national highways network, the business-friendly contractual structures, and the emerging trends and technologies in design and implementation and highway operations. Thank you, and I hope you find the report an interesting read.
Thank you, Akshay. We will just get a word from the minister in next couple of minutes before we start. Audience, we once again apologize to keep you on hold for a little more. Please bear with us. Thank you.
So with the permission of the chair, maybe Neerja ji, since there are a couple of minutes for the chief guest, if the audience has any questions or suggestions, they could actually put it in the chat.
Of course. No, that's a very good idea. If they, but this system does not have a chat background because it's more like a group where we are interacting and there's audience through a tricky bike network. So we had asked them for the questions in advance, which we circulated to the speakers, including you, whatever questions they could receive from the audience. But yes, if there anything that the speakers for the inaugural session would like to convey to the audience or would like to disseminate to the audience, please more than welcome. Chairman, if you have anything, Mr. Pathak, if you want to add anything to it, please go ahead.
I think okay, that is also okay. If any other speakers can share their thoughts or anything, it is always good. Am I audible, Neerja ji?
Yes,
Okay.
you are, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Pathak, you would like to add something about investments in infrastructure because that's your subject and you speak so well at it. I mean, since we have the time, the audience will definitely benefit with any inputs that you can talk about in the meantime.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending this online event. While we are waiting for Minister General Singh, I'd just like to suggest that we have seen much investment over the last 5 years, not in construction. This is investment from the private sector. Investment not in construction, but in operations and management. Whereas we have seen a dramatic increase in investment from the government into fresh construction. So this, to my mind, is a very virtuous cycle where construction is done using Indian rupees from the government of India and the government of states. And operations and management are taken over by the international dollar. We have seen in the last 3-4 years, I'm sure CRISIL team would agree, the emergence of large road platforms funded by international dollars. And this has also led to increased stress on better maintenance and road safety. In our L&T road development and asset development platform, L&T IDPL, we had around 7,200 lane kilometers under management. And we follow world-class road safety paradigms. So this is going to be, as I said, a virtuous cycle. And maybe we should encourage such virtuous cycles to be repeated in the 23 greenfield expressways, which are being built largely with your money and my money, taxpayer money. But the moment they will be ready for commercial traffic, within 1 year, they can be monetized so that even more money is raised for fresh infrastructure construction. The other thing that we might see over the next 5 years is the universalization of FASTag electronic tolling, which is right now 96% plus, to be used for all other parts of, let us say, parking systems. So airport parking or city parking or any other interstate charge, such as commercial vehicles coming in from Gurgaon into Delhi, all these could adopt the same platform of the NPCI. It's called the National Electronic Toll Collection Platform. In a similar way that the Unified Payment Interface Platform, UPI, has been adopted by all major banks. And if you've not used UPI, you're missing something, in which within 10 seconds from anywhere to anywhere in India, you can transfer money. So this is going to be a very exciting 10 years ahead, building on the platform that we've already got. Thank you, Nirja.
Thank you, Mr. Pathak. We'll now wait for the Honorable Minister to join. So I would request again kind understand the participants, audience, to please stay tuned. I think Honorable Minister is likely to join very soon. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience.
There have been 3 questions from the audience that have come to us. If one is on the finance, Mr. Patrick may like to answer it. Given India's huge infra financing needs and the history of DFIs in India, what are some of the key suggestions that can help it be successful?
So may
So
I,
we'll keep a note of it.
may I offer
Yeah.
a quick answer? Ladies and gentlemen, I started my career with a DFI. It was called the Industrial Credit and Investment Corporation of India. And there were 3 All India term lending financial institutions at that time. There was ICICI, set up in 1955, IFCI, the Finance Corporation, in 1948, and IDBI in 1964, which was spun off as an RBI unit and then made independent. And all these 3 had access to cheap cost funds. Our bonds were qualified for statutory liquidity ratio investments by banks. So raising money was not a problem. But these were largely loans to industrial units. So I have, for instance, financed agro processing units to textile manufacturing units to auto components. Today, what we are talking about is the National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. So it's both an infrastructure financing aspect and a development aspect. The other major thing is, unlike the earlier All India financial institutions, this is actually set up as more on terms of private sector enterprise and decision making. So if any of you are more interested, I would strongly recommend you read the act as passed by the Indian Parliament, both Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. Section 17 of this act has detailed activity lists of what NABFID can do, the DFI can do. And I would say that the team that has drafted this act has done a wonderful job. It has come up with a comprehensive list of financing requirements and what the NABFID can do to address this. NABFID is certainly not going to be the only solution for financing Indian infrastructure. It is going to be a substantial part of the solution, but it would not, be the only entity financing. It would expect others to follow its lead. This is what I have understood from the way the act is framed. Now, there is an excellent article on why NABFID has understood the experience of the other earlier DFIs and has tried to find out ways of not repeating the mistakes that have been made earlier. And to that extent, I would again strongly recommend that the act itself is worth reading. We in the infrastructure sector, especially the financing sector, look forward to an early establishment. As of now, I understand that consultants are being hired by another Ministry of Finance entity to take this business plan forward. Thank you.
Well, there's another one which says that what are the opportunities related to NIP and how can industry act as a catalyst in bringing in the transformation?
So maybe Akshay is better qualified, but I'll quickly say that please look at the NIP website. You can register, it takes 30 seconds. So there are 7,400 projects on that national infrastructure pipeline across infrastructure sectors, across states, across which governments are implementing them. Some of them are more ready towards construction than others, of course. A lot of them are right now project concepts or ideas. Now, in terms of implementing ideas in the national infrastructure pipeline to assets, infrastructure assets, operational assets on the ground, obviously there are going to be these 4 stages. The first is design, where you are able to flesh out what exactly we want to do. The second is financing. Without money, nothing is going to happen. The third is actual construction and for that construction to happen, the procurement process, the bidding, and leading to the final construction. And the fourth is once the assets are constructed, the operations of those assets. So all these 4 stages, there is enough and more for all of us in India and those who are interested outside India to contribute to India's growth through infrastructure assets. Thank you.
Just to add to what Mr. Pathak was saying, the NIP or the National Infrastructure Pipeline, it's an outlook till 2025. So there are 7,700 projects, but this is a dynamic dashboard which is updated by all the authorities. So the total project cost of all these projects currently is in the tune of $1.9 trillion. And out of which transport is about $750 billion and about 3,700 projects in the transport sector. And of course, roads and highways is a large chunk of that, is the key chunk of that. And like Mr. Pathak correctly said, this is across the whole life cycle. So right from the development phase to projects coming out for tendering to the construction phase and then subsequently into the O&M, and as now we are putting a lot of focus on asset monetization phase. So there are tremendous opportunities for the whole ecosystem, right from construction companies to companies that supply materials, to technology providers, to consulting companies, to private sector investors and financiers. So it's a tremendous opportunity for all, and I think exciting times ahead for infrastructure sector in India.
Right. The minister is joining now from on his way. Since he cannot, he is having difficulty reaching the venue because of whatever. So he will be joining. But in the meantime, we'll take one more question. that says there are opportunities to recreate new infrastructure, possibly in the areas where there could be severe gaps. Logistic linkages, road, healthcare, agriculture related to infra facilities. Can there be task force to look at these as that will help in kickstart the construction? And there is one more question that talks about how can the upcoming greenfield, brownfield national highway projects be provisioned to have wayside amenities and logistics parks?
Garu, you're on mute.
These are questions that.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. And I think the second point is very interesting because the wayside amenities, they are large scope to improve in view of the large network. I think government, NHA, government, and all other stakeholders, we can always focus on integrating with tourism, hospitality, and local government, because this is a local issues are many more in managing the wayside amenities has to be improved upon. But it is a great opportunity, and there can be always preference to young entrepreneurs from that local regions, whether it is food amenities, whether it is parking amenities, whether it is entertainment also can be there, because they are all little distance attached to many towns. So there is a great opportunity. I think the focus can be there. A task force, at least among ourselves as industry partners, we should develop and take up with the bottleneck areas, because there are plans, but maturing them into actions are very less, because large land banks are available along with highways. Provisions were also there in the act itself when the acquisition made on these things. I think it is a great employment generation as well as service industry. I think there should be more focus. Actually, my suggestion is that we should work keenly with at national level as a chapter, but at the same time we should integrate our local chapters to build upon this.
Completely agree with Mr. Rao, the chairman. On the first part, I would just like to say that, the definition of infrastructure has been actually issued by the Ministry of Finance. They call it a harmonious list of infrastructure sectors. And I'm sure the CRISIL team can pull out that very quickly. Otherwise, I'll display it. So it has actually more than 22 sectors, including health, including education, including tourism. So those of you who have seen that harmonious list, and that keeps getting updated. So something like the NABFID, the National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development, will be looking at all these list of infrastructure sectors. And on the wayside amenities, maybe we should just start calling them rest areas instead of a longish wayside amenities name. The plans for the expressway rest areas is pretty advanced. We would like to, as an industry chamber, we would like to see the same focus on existing 4-lane highways, especially the Golden Quadrilateral and the North-South East-West Expressway, the corridors. So can we, in the next 3 years, it does not take too long to create a rest area. In the next 3 years, create 500 rest areas is a question we should ask the minister. Thanks.
There's one question which says that what changes should be done in InvITs to suit the prospective bidders better? That's Mr. Pathak's question.
Minister has come.
General Rao has, Minister has come. Namaskaram.
Sorry.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely delighted to have amongst us General V.K. Singh Ji, Honorable Minister for State and Ministry of Road Transport and Highway. Welcome, sir. Without really taking any more time, I would now invite Mr. B.V.N. Rao, Chairman of FICCI Committee on Infrastructure and Business Chairman Transport and Urban Infra with GMR Group, to please give his welcome remarks. B.V.N. Rao ji.
Yeah. Thank you, Nirja ji. Honorable Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, General Dr. V.K. Singh Ji, Mr. Sailesh Pathak, Co-Chairman FICCI Transport Infrastructure Committee and Head Special Initiatives, Development Projects of Larsen & Toubro. We are more popularly we understand L&T better way. Mr. Manav Majumdar, Deputy Secretary General FICCI, senior officials from government, distinguished speakers and delegates. It is my proud privilege to welcome Dr. V.K. Singh Ji to the Accelerating the Road Infrastructure New India at 75 second edition of Roads and Highways Summit. Sir, thank you for taking out time to be with us today. Indeed, we were told that today is our marriage anniversary day. We are highly obliged for making today. We have dented into your personal time, your family time, but it is a great day for the sector and FICCI to have you with us on this important day of your life. But at the same time, we know your commitments and conviction as a great leader. Sir, indeed, it is a grateful occasion for all of us, including participants, to be with you on this happy occasion. In this pandemic, celebrating such events are also equally important. It will make us energized. It will make us more committed. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are marking the 75 years of independence this year, the country has witnessed a significant transformation, especially in roads and highways sector. The sector faced major challenges owing to the pandemic, but despite of all these changes, Indian industry is really appreciative that the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has achieved the record-breaking milestone of constructing 37 kilometers of highways per day. 37 kilometers of highways per day, it is not a small number, it is a great number. Our heartiest congratulations to you, sir, and your ministry. In order to accelerate the pace of construction and support businesses, large number of initiatives have been taken to revive the stalled projects and also expedite the completion of new projects. Some of the initiatives include streamlining of land acquisition of major portion of land prior to invitation of bids. This is a welcoming feature, sir, but at the same time, as industry participants, we feel that much more speedier actions can be completed. Sometimes state government acquisitions are all getting delayed because of money, but NHAI is a largely well-funded or well-capital company. We should focus on quicker solutions. That is one session I would like to make this. Another important thing is securitization of road sector loans to keep funding the projects is also a welcoming feature which has gained large momentum. And there is a revamping position framework was developed for dispute resolution mechanism to avoid delays, amongst others. While it is a great beginning and it is gaining popular, but at the same time, many bottlenecks should be identified with our own experiences, both sides. How we can expedite routine litigations can be avoided, because the justice delayed is justice denied. So yes, we also have to improve from the industry side as well as from the government side. Both we are making efforts. I think this is a much needed fillip to the industry and further boost the economy by way of gainful employment, engagement, and large resources, because highway sector always supports large capital industries like steel, cement, and others also. MORTH has taken various initiatives to improve the commuters' experience also on the highways, both passengers as well as trucks. The government's plan to develop world-class wayside amenities at more than 600 locations across 22 states along the national highways in the next 5 years. This is going to be a great initiative, sir. The plans and the concrete actions on ground gives a lot of fillip to the hope. We all look forward hearing from the minister on how the industry can collaborate with the government on this initiative. Sir, this year as FICCI, we celebrate its 95 year of inception. We as an industry body and our industry members are very keen to partner or associate with the government to take the vision of India at 75 forward. Coming to today's summit, sir, I would also like to extend a warm welcome to all the eminent speakers from the government, international organizations, financial institutions, and private sector. Our knowledge partners for this event, CRISIL, and of course the participating delegates. The summit will essentially focus on some of the upcoming trends and technologies that have the potential to significantly energize the sector. We aim to create an active platform for exchange of ideas, experiences, and best practices among the policymakers and the industry members. I am confident that there would be some thought-provoking and engaging deliberations during various sessions of the summit. We encourage the delegates to participate in productive and healthy deliberations. We hope to gain insights, directions, and some concrete outcomes from the deliberations. FICCI will make notes of key takeaways from this summit and present it to the Ministry for review. I cannot miss out officially acknowledging my colleagues from FICCI and Mr. Shailesh Pathak, co-chair of FICCI Transport Infrastructure Committee, to make this event a successful one. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you, and I wish the summit very success. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Moving on to very briefly present the industry perspective and to set the context for the day-long program that we have today, I invite Mr. Shailesh Pathak. Mr. Shailesh Pathak is the co-chairman of FICCI Infrastructure Committee, and as the chairman already mentioned, is head Special Initiative Development Project at L&T. Mr. Pathak, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Minister General V.K. Singh, sir. Many happy returns of the day, and thank you for sparing this time for us. I'd just like to describe two facts and three wishes that the industry has. The first fact is that at India at 75, which is in 2022, the roads in India at 75 are remarkably different from India at 50. You would and I would remember how roads were in 1997. And particularly over the last 7 years, we have seen dramatic speed in construction of highways in India. The second fact is that I drove from Chennai to Delhi last week, over 3.5 days. And I was so impressed with the quality of infrastructure that our country has created. Now we can proudly say that anywhere to anywhere in India, we can drive in less than 4 days. And just to briefly tell you, Honorable Minister, I covered 2,200 kilometers, covering 37 toll plazas. And at not one toll plaza did I have to wait for anything more than 30 seconds. So thank you for making the FASTag electronic tolling so successful and universalized. Otherwise, highways users used to be slightly tense when approaching a toll plaza. So the three wishes that Indian industry has, apart from the excellent suggestions that Mr. Rao has made, our chairman, I'd just like to say that while construction has seen remarkable progress, now that we have such a large inventory of road assets, management and operations of that road asset is equally important. And therefore, how can we, NHAI is using technology. I would like to suggest a simple leveraging of the users' feedback. A lot of army adventure clubs now have these motorcycle riders with helmet mounted cameras, and a lot of such bicycle motorcycle clubs are there all across the country. Can MORTH use that helmet mounted camera footage to detect defects in the pavement anywhere and get an early warning system even before the monthly maintenance reporting comes in? So users like me, if we are driving from X place to Y place, can we have an online portal where we can share our experiences? So that's the first specific suggestion. The second specific suggestion is, now that you have the electronic toll program almost universal, can MORTH work with, let us say, the Ministry of Civil Aviation to use FASTag for airport parking, with the Ministry of Urban Development to use FASTag for Gurgaon vehicles coming into Delhi and unnecessarily spending time because of the South Delhi Municipal Corporation separate RFID platform. So this kind of integration, now that you have built up this excellent platform of NETC using NPCI, that can just be leveraged so that nowhere does anyone need to stop a vehicle to collect any money. And the third is that we wish NHIDCL, the Border Roads Organization, NHAI, all success in constructing the Greenfield Expressways. And I understand that the rest areas, wayside amenities on those Greenfield Expressways are being well designed. Can we put 300 wayside amenities over the existing 4-lane highways to enhance user experience, starting with the Golden Quadrilateral, Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, and the North-South, East-West corridor? Other industry issues, our representatives are in regular touch with the very responsive government team. So thank you very much for that. Good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thought leadership is one of the core focus areas for FICCI in all the verticals we operate in. And I'm pleased to inform you that FICCI, in partnership with CRISIL, has done a knowledge paper for today's conference. The report, aptly titled Emerging Trends and Opportunities in Roads and Highway Sector. We are most privileged that Honorable Minister has agreed to unveil the report for us today. May I request the IT to please bring the report on the screen so the Minister could please release it. Minister, please. Thank you. So we will be dropping in the link for this report in the chat box, and delegates can pick it up from there and avail their copies. So keeping in mind the time constraint we have, I will not take any time. General VK Singh does not need any introductions, not specifically in this room, where we have everybody from the sector who knows him very well. So with his experience and ability to lead from the front, I mean quite literally in all the spaces, has been the driving force behind the roads and highway sector. We are indeed very grateful to have your leadership for our sector, sir. Without any further delay, I invite the Honorable Minister, General VK Singh Ji, to please enlighten the audience with his vision. Thank you. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Mr. BVN Rao, Shailesh Pathak, and in a way, the way it is being conducted by Nirja, all the experts who are here from L&T and FICCI and other states. Pleasure is mine to be attending this, and I'm sorry for being a little late because constituencies have their own dynamics. Whatever you may try, you get stuck. And today was, I suppose, a wrong day to go to the constituency, but then one had to go. And let me also say that today is the day when emergency was also declared in India, lest we forget it.
Okay.
So I think you can sympathize with me. Okay. Let me lay down 2-3 things. Yes, infrastructure is improving. Yes, many new things have come up. And yes, the quality of roads has increased, but we are not satisfied as in the ministry. What we would like is much more betterment. What we would like is more technology coming in. What we would like is that per kilometer cost must come down so that we can make better and more roads. And we sincerely believe that it is possible. Many things are happening in the world, and we need to take on technology to improve our own things. One, how can we lay things faster? I mean, between me and Nitin Gadkari ji, we would like to hit 100 kilometers and not just fight with 37. There are methodologies available. We need to look at lesser pollution. We need to look at precasting of most of the components of the road, not just the bridges, not just the overbridges, not just the flyovers. And that requires a separate focus of the industry. And I would like you to seriously study this. I'm sure you will be able to motivate people to get into this sector. Just imagine, factories are producing quality controlled segments, whether it is the sides of the road, whether it is the drains of the road, whether it is the pavement of the road. The moment you have completed the WBM stage and you have pressed it enough to the required this thing, out comes the vehicle and starts laying the pavement. Just imagine the speed. And all that you have to do thereafter is to put half an inch of bitumen over it, your road is ready. I think tremendous amount can be done. We are looking at betterment of tunneling so that the cost can come down. We can make our roads straighter in the hilly areas. Our mountains are difficult mountains. They are not like what you will find in Europe. We have got more earth and stones in it. Stones are lesser and earth is more. So it is, being young, it is loose. The moment you have more water coming in because of the rain, the whole thing comes down, especially if you have cut it. So what are the mitigation things that have to be applied? We are experimenting many things. There are things which will probably, what you can try out abroad, despite the type of awareness you have out there in environmental issues and forest issues, out here you get stuck because somebody decides, no, this is going to harm the environment. There has to be a healthy balance. Now, how do we attain that healthy balance? It's a problem by itself, and I think we need to look at all aspects so that we can bring in much more revolutionization in this sector. We need to upgrade our technology for constructing roads so that the road building equipment, it is totally indigenized, so that we can ensure that the roads are cheaper and faster, so that we can ensure that a lot of things where we waste time, we can reduce. For example, when we do, whether it is overbridging or bridge over a water obstacle, at the moment we a certain distance for the piers. It is standard. It's been going on for a very long time. Today, when we talk to some of the experts outside, they tell us that they can have a distance of almost 120 meters between the piers. Because the structures are lighter. They're still strong. They're using steel fiber in it. They're using other things to strengthen the material. So otherwise, the structure is lighter, but carrying the same strength, and therefore you can rest it on two piers which are longer distance apart, and which will reduce the cost, which will reduce the time. So many things are happening, and we would like to adopt these, and we would I would strongly recommend to FICCI that we would be very happy if you can also explore the new technologies and tell them to come here. Maybe FICCI can organize new technology seminar or a webinar, and we can be part of it. Now, I'm very happy, Shailesh, to hear that tolling is good. I'm looking at the future. Another year and a half, we would like the GPS system to come in, so that you will just have a barrier on top, nothing down below. The GPS reads your vehicle's entry and the details. When you get out, it reads the same. You just get a bill in your bank. We would revolutionize that. We would like to put it as fast as possible, because this is how things will improve. And anything that is the best that is available in the world, we would like to go ahead of that. Wayside amenities, yes, it is taking a little time because you're still grappling with the things. You're still grappling with the things because the vendor who comes, he wants to construct something which is in the same traditional method. I think he also needs to look at things which will be lighter, which will be faster, and there are many options available. A couple of years back, I came across somebody whose company is named as Infinium. They are dealing with strengthened aluminium, and their structures come up. If you want to make a 4-storied structure, they'll put it in 6 months' time, because they're using a different technology altogether. And it is that Infinium name has been given because it will last till infinity. Of course, they say that it is not going to have any effect of anything. So many things are coming up, and we need to imbibe those to make the experiences even better. There are many new projects which are coming up which will further make things better. Today, anybody who's traveled from Chandigarh to Kulu curses us, because that project ran into difficulty. That area is another area running into difficulty. How to, revive them? How to ensure that the laws are so changed or revised so we can make better. Today, throwing out a person becomes very difficult. I mean, the project is stuck. So what are we doing? I mean, we are already making a project which will take you from Delhi to Amritsar in 4 hours or 4.5 hours. That is Delhi, Ludhiana is a greenfield alignment, not touching National Highway 1, old National Highway 1. It'll go straight to Ludhiana, on the side of Ludhiana, then touches 4 important Gurdwaras, goes to Amritsar. There's an offshoot which goes via Gurdaspur, Pathankot to Katra. And from Ludhiana, we want to take, on which the work has already started, Roopnagar Kulu, greenfield alignment. So maybe 4 hours, 5 hours from Delhi, or maximum 6 hours, you'll be in Kulu. We are looking at a greenfield alignment of Delhi Dehradun Expressway, which takes off from somewhere around Akshardham, goes down to Loni, Khekra, and then straight, without touching any major town, goes straight to Doon. And we hope that we'll be able to take you to Dehradun driving from Delhi. So the aim is very simple. Aim is that highways must become the mainstay of our economy. And how does that become? Because if you have good roads, shorter distances, and your haulage capacity increases, then things will become better. Because then the haulage will become cheap. Today, our haulage costs are much more than what they should be. Similarly, issue that was brought out by Shailesh, repair of the road. we are experimenting with a project in which there'll be an optical fiber cable along the side of the road with certain gadgets which will read the type of road noise which is there. The road crumbles a little bit, it will make a different type of noise. And therefore, it will be easier for us to immediately go and repair it. We are looking at how to utilize drones to check our roads and check all the greenery that we want to put around the roads. So we are, as a ministry, we are at it to ensure that things become better. And our expectation from organizations like FICCI are become our partners in ensuring that we can get the best of technology. We can ensure material changes are there. Today, there is cartelization of cement and steel. It costs us a lot of money. How do we reduce it? How can we ensure that we can make better roads with lesser cement and steel? I'm quite sure that there are technologies that are existing. And our aim is that in coming years, the pace of development of roads becomes faster. Some of our new highways which are helping the economic corridor running from Punjab to Rajasthan to Gujarat port, running from Ambala coming down straight to Kotputli, cutting down the distances so that we can decongest the present congested highways, which will mean that the traffic can be faster, which will mean that there will be lesser accidents, because when the PCUs increase, there's more chances of accident because everybody is in a hurry. So I'm looking at a very bright future where the ministry is concerned. And I think as we hit 75, some new projects will come up by then. And at 75, we would look at FICCI to partner with us in even more new technology issues which can make our things better. With these, I think I'll leave it for the future, hoping that in the future we will meet and make things even better. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. This was indeed the most energizing address. Good start for a day-long conference. Today seems to be a day of significance. Besides the wedding anniversary of Honorable Minister and Secretary General FICCI, as Minister rightly informed us, today was the day emergency was declared, and also today was the day India won its World Cup in Lords in 1983. So it has indeed been a day of significance. We have made a note of Minister's advice on the technology and innovation program that FICCI should be doing, and we will work on a few other things that Minister has enlisted. With this, I invite my senior colleague, Mr. Manav Majumdar, Deputy Secretary General FICCI, for his concluding remarks. Manav, over to you.
Thank you, Nirja. We are most grateful to Dr. VK Singh ji, Honorable Minister, for kindly joining us on this occasion and addressing the participants. Sir, as Nirja, my colleague, has mentioned, we have taken note of all the points you have made, and we will certainly take them forward. We much appreciate, Honorable Minister, sir, your valuable presence here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Vivian Rao and Mr. Pathak. You are, of course, part of the FICCI family, and we are most thankful for your continuous guidance. I have got a pleasant duty to propose a vote of thanks even for others who all have helped in making this virtual summit a great success. I would like to thank our sponsors and partners: Gold Partner, Indian Oil Corp Limited; Silver Partner, SRMB Srijan Private Limited; Associate Partner, IGM India Infrastructure Limited; and Supporting Partner, OMS Infra Consultants Private Limited and Bitumen Forum for kindly supporting this important program. My thanks are due to the knowledge partner CRISIL. I also thank EY and all friends from the media. And of course, a word of thanks, sincere thanks to all the participants and delegates. With these words, let's take this vote of thanks with acclamation, and I would like to give it back to Nirja. Nirja.
Thank you. Thank you, delegates. Thank you, Minister, for joining us today. Indeed, very grateful for your time. We will come back to you sooner with the date on this program that you have suggested, and we'll take your time for that. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chair, Co-Chair, of course, CRISIL, for joining us today. And with this, we move on to the next session. While the Minister departs, we will have a very short break before we start the next session. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Chairman.
Nirja.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick.
Thank you. Thank you, Nirja.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we are live, so please start the session.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on this accelerating the road infrastructure New India at 75. This is the second edition of Roads and Highways Summit. We are in the first business session. The session's name is Smart Highways, Paving Way to the Future. I'm Jagan Narayan Padmanabhan. I'm the practice leader and director, Transport and Logistics with CRISIL Infrastructure Advisory. I have with me an eminent set of panelists, and thanks to all who have joined. I'll just quickly go one by one to introduce them, and then we can kind of start the session. We have with us Sri R.K. Pandeyji, Member Projects, National Highways of NHAI. He needs no introduction, a veteran. And I'm sure many of you would have interacted with him. He's an embodiment of knowledge, and pleasure to have you here, sir. We have also Mr. Kaushik Pal, CEO Asia Rhodis. In Rhodis has multiple ventures, of which Mr. Kaushik Pal is associated on the roads part of it and other aspects. They are a leading road developer. Extremely happy to have them here. We also have Mr. Arun Budakoti, practice lead, network transformation and application modernization, India and SAARC with Cisco. We have Mr. Rajneesh Goyal, GM Energy Storage System Group, BHEL. So the uniqueness of all the people out here is that the whole spectrum gets covered. We have Mr. Pandeyji coming in from the authority, so they can kind of talk about what are the new initiatives that has been taken up, and then kind of set the whole context for others to start across. We have Arun from Cisco, from a system integrator and a solution provider. He can kind of talk about more, not only in India, but outside of India, what are the things that's happening. Then we have Mr. Kaushik Pal, from who uses these technologies and kind of then can talk to us about how they have done that in their road network. And we have Mr. Goyal, who is service provider to all of them. So that's how it is. So I'll kind of give 2 minutes to set the context, and then I'll probably invite Mr. Pandeyji to take over from there and set the context. If you see from the sessions, part of it, which is the smart highways, if you see other developed countries, they are probably like roads 4.0, while in India, we are probably in roads 2.0 or 2.5. So you have in the developed country, we're talking about self-driving cars, digital highways, vehicles talking to each other. There is talk about preventive safety measures, and also kind of talking about a unified customer experience is what being talked about. And hence, they've gone ahead in terms of the whole, the way the roads and highways has been looked upon. And we have now done significant good amount of work in the last 7 years in kind of getting the whole road network up and running. We are extremely poised to do well. Seize the opportunity now, because we have kind of doubled the overall national highways has doubled the overall network in the last 4 years or so, and this is going to only increase. So I think the time is ripe now to imbibe all of these digital and smart initiatives inside our road program and take that forward. So I'll invite Mr. Pandey to kind of talk about what are the things which is there, and then see from the authorities' perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Padman.
I'll just take a second here, sir. May I request all the other speakers who are not speaking to kindly keep yourself on mute so that we do not have any disturbance.
Thank you, Mr. Padman, and good afternoon, everyone. Friends, as you all know, in the highway sector, fortunately, we are doing very good. And today, our pace of construction is of the order of 37 kilometers a day. It's a positive development because if I talk 2 decades back, we were of the order of 2 kilometers a day. So it is not only building road per day. In the recent past, last 6 months, we have created a number of world records. Maybe laying maximum concrete, maybe laying maximum bituminous length in a day, or laying maximum quantum of bituminous mixes. So fine, we are doing good. But when we are doing good, expectations of the people are still higher. People expect much more than this. Particularly, we have moved from an era of where the road was built by the government for the people and nothing being charged. That time, people were expecting, if there is a pothole, nobody will question about that pothole because it is free. But once they started paying, and then expectations are very high, and then they expect everything, and rightly so. To meet the expectation of the people, we also, went on modifying the system. Say, for example, I'll tell you 10 years back, we used to think that my role is to build only 7-meter wide road, bituminous road. If I have built, it is the responsibility of the driver to make sure that he runs on the road. If he goes off the road, it is the driver's fault. It is not my fault. But when the traffic is increasing, when the speeds are increasing, we realize that we can't leave it. One can take a sneeze, one can take a nap. So we'll have to design our roads for a kind of forgivingness. So we started putting all kind of safety measures. It is not the safety measures alone. A number of developments. I'll tell you, whole philosophy of building road has changed. And one major important role is, I'll tell you, when we were building road, even up to national highway development projects, what we did is we have expanded the capacity of the existing roads. The whole idea of deciding the development was the cost of construction. Then we realized, okay, by cost of construction, I'll go by the whole life cycle cost, which will also include vehicle operating cost. If I reduce the distances, then maybe that road is costlier today, but maybe cheaper in long run. So when we launched Bharatmala, it is a very ambitious program. I don't think anybody had launched such a program of this magnitude, which covers development of 65,000 kilometers of road, national highways. Out of this 65,000, roughly 25,000 plus another 10,000 from NSDP are to be developed in 5 years. And I can say proudly that we are on track. We have already awarded more than 18,000 kilometers. And we hope that we will be in a position to complete this project by 2025. So when we were launched this program, the first concept which was used in a very big way is development of greenfield highways. When I say greenfield highways, because everybody was talking about when you go outside, you will find all access control road. We could not develop access control road because we started developing our own already built road. We started widening it. So you can't cut the access of the people who were staying there or residing there from the beginning. In the greenfield means we have moved towards the connectivity was the whole idea. Now the mobility is the whole idea. And the whole concept is on the basis of the overall life cycle cost. When we started building green highway, yes, it will reduce the distance, it will reduce the logistic cost, it will reduce your travel time. A rough assessment made of joining Delhi to Mumbai through a green corridor indicates that you can save up the order of 10 to 12 hours per trip. So this is the kind of saving. Moment you have taken up green highway, the challenges are different. Since you are developing a green highway, it is not passing through the urban areas. So the people who are traveling, they need all kind of facilities. It could be wayside amenities, it could be charging station, it could be anything. So when we started building roads, we started thinking of providing all these amenities to the road users. So Bharatmala, while building the road, it's not building the road alone, it talks about all kind of amenities and facilities to the road user. Friends, in fact, technology has developed a lot. And as a result, we started utilizing the technology. And today we have reached to a place where we, feel comfortable. Of course, when I'll say expectation of the people are much higher. And even for that matter, my minister will always say 37 is the thing you should do 40, 50 kilometers. So we have to also think of that. Yes, I have how to reach to that kind of targets. Number one is the project preparation. We have done a lot. We have moved from the conventional, traditional way of surveying or DPR preparation to the automated kind of DPR preparation. Now we are not doing manual survey. We are depending on the LiDAR. We get all kind of data which is useful for our project preparation. In the project design stage, even two decades back, we have reached to this stage that all our designs are computerized, and we used to use all kind of software for designing. The emerging area now is the construction and the operation. Of course, we are building a lot. As I said, 37 kilometers, but my minister is not happy. Then what I have to do? Whatever I did so far, I have to further improve to achieve that height. For that, perhaps we'll have to think of digital construction, and that day is not far, that will update our specification and make it mandatory to have all kind of sensor fitted equipment which will guide the whole construction, which will increase the productivity, and I will be in a position to get greater pace. The second most important point is, which is, this is part of construction, which is more related to engineer or the authorities who are dealing with the road construction. But ultimately, it is the user who rates the road. He is not concerned how you built it, what time you took, and what kind of strength is. He is interested in what kind of facilities are there. Say, we moved from manual tolling to electronic tolling. Still, we get a lot of complaint that queuing time is more than it takes time. So we are thinking of improving the tolling. Tolling is one part. Number two is the intelligent transport system. As I said, the expectation of people are very high. They are not only willing to know when Jaipur is 250 kilometers, they are willing to know how much time I'll take to reach Jaipur just now if I am traveling here. Or what will happen if it rains. They would like to have all kind of information. If I would like to plan to travel to Jaipur from Delhi tomorrow, what will be the expected time? What are the hurdles I am going to face? What kind of weather and all those. So fortunately for us, all these technologies are available, and we'll have to start utilizing all these technology to provide all kind of information. In fact, I can only share with you, number one, a specification side. We are planning to upgrade our specification to go towards digital construction. Coming to the ITS, of course, ITS, it is an area where do agree a lot of technological development took place, but it is a very fast emerging and changing area. So saying that we have firmed up the specification may not be a very appropriate word, because by the time I'll firm up the specification, things will undergo a change. But of course, to begin with, for advanced traffic management system, we have, jot down a kind of a specification which each and every highway is expected to have, and which will provide lot of information to the road user and make their journey a safe and smooth one. I think to begin with, this is from my side. If you have anything, then I'll try to supplement it. Thank you.
No, excellent. I think that's really sets the context, and also in a brass tacks kind of talked about what are the specific initiatives that is being taken up in the short term and in the medium term. So I think it's quite informative. I'll taking on from what you mentioned, sir, I think I'll invite Arun now, from a Cisco, which is a world leader in digital technology, having had exposure to multiple markets, both in India and outside of it. So I thought it will be good to kind of have the same level of, platform that everybody understands what does smart highways mean, what is the possibility, what are the things that can be done. So I think over to you, Arun, to kind of take us through what's possible, and I'm sure you're going to keep it beyond Cisco. So I think it will be
sure, absolutely. Thank you, Jagan, for this opportunity. So I'll just continue to what Pandit sir was mentioning about. So like he said that there is a lot of expectation from a passenger standpoint or the commuter standpoint, and when we are planning for a smart highway, or when we're planning for a larger infrastructure in the country, there are various stakeholders that are involved in, from a planning standpoint, and there are different imperatives or that they're looking at from a delivery standpoint. So, for example, the electric leader or municipal electric leader is looking at keeping the traffic moving, and ensuring that people are reaching to their destination on time and and safely. From an information security standpoint, they want to keep the and in the connected highway, there's a lot of infrastructure that is being built. There are a lot of connected assets that are being deployed. So we have to ensure that the infrastructure is safe and the data is not getting leaked anywhere. From a traffic operations department standpoint, the primary objective is to reduce the congestion and to make the roads even safer, and also ensure that sometimes the data is available for different agencies from a forensic standpoint as well. So that's again an important ask that we are seeing globally as well. From a concessionaire standpoint, there's a huge amount of investment that are going in. So concessionaires today are looking at how can they improve the return of investment? How can they use the infrastructure to monetize from a technology standpoint? And you look at monetization avenues apart from tolling as well. So I think there's a lot of steps that are being taken on that front in India as well. And primarily from an IT standpoint, when we are building a smart highway, there's a lot of core technology IT network that has to be built. And specifically for India, when we have multiple concessionaires managing, we have to look at how do we consolidate the network and modernize the infrastructure, so that tomorrow when our infrastructure is more capable, we can onboard newer services and start offering newer features and functionalities to the passengers and commuters, whether it is, logistic companies or a simple common man who is commuting, or, emergency response teams. So and the right investments from an IT modern infra standpoint, really can help you, create and build a unified passenger experience. It can provide, help you provide greater situational awareness to first responders in case of any emergency situation, and provide an integrated public safety and functionality through integration of data and video analytics, and also at the same time reduce human errors that are causing accidents. So that this is how, investments in technology can help the society as a whole when we are trying to build a modern highway system. This is more of a very high level architectural overview, and I will probably keep it very simple. On the lower bottom right hand side, you see a lot of sensors being deployed, and this is more of a how this infrastructure has to be deployed. So there are multiple sensors, whether it is LiDAR, as Sir said, speed sensors, weather sensors, acoustic sensors, what kind of noise pollution is happening on certain stretches. And video is very important today, because today a lot of things is possible, through video analytics, whether wrong parking, wrong side driving, accident detection, and stuff like this. There's a lot of stuff that is happening. Even drones are using a lot of video analytics to identify, for example, the conditions of the highway. Understand the situation in terms of what is the severity of an accident that is happening, so that the emergency response team can take action on time. So this is what these sensors are doing, and above that, the layer, what is important is the network, which is very critical, which is the backbone or lifeline of this infrastructure to make fully utilize that the use cases. You should have a very robust infrastructure. That is what is very critical. The layer above is obviously when we are connecting a lot of assets and creating a lot of data, we have to ensure that the data is secure. So security becomes extremely critical, because not only the commuters, but a lot of trade-related transactions are also happening, and that information is getting generated on this network. So security becomes critical part of it. And then last, the top layer is the data center, or the cloud layer, as we call it now, which can be a hybrid environment. So where all this data is getting captured, utilized, and consumed, and finally is being pushed to certain applications which can be used by various agencies, whether it is a commuter, a logistic agency, or any other department. So this is a high-level architecture. What we need to keep in mind when we are designing an intelligent transport management system, or a smart transport system, roadway system. Especially looking at that the robust infrastructure remains as is, and it can onboard newer use cases as we move along. Whether you have to offer internet connectivity as well to some of the commuters. So from Cisco standpoint, I just wanted to give you some insight to the audience here from our global customer base standpoint as to what we are doing and what we are seeing in the market, and a lot of it is being adopted here, and some of it can be adopted in the near future. So from a solution standpoint, we see a lot of sensors being adopted. We are a little far off from vehicle to vehicle or vehicle to infrastructure standpoint, but that's there are some progressive countries which have already deployed this. Camera intelligence is extremely it's very well adopted, and we're seeing a lot of adoption here in India as well. Drone surveillance is again a new age technology that is being adopted on the roadway side. Some of the use cases, real-time monitoring of road, weather conditions, commuters and worker safety. So people who are working on the road from a development standpoint, road builders, their safety is also extremely critical. Insight to first responders so that they can take timely action to save the lives in case of an accident. Proactive maintenance alerts for any equipment that is working on the road. Traffic prioritization. And when I talk about traffic prioritization, it is all about giving priority to certain vehicles so that they're able to reach on time. So these are some of the use cases, that I wanted to share with the larger audience here. And, this is what, we are seeing in the market. And I'm sure the road ahead here is also very clear. So we are making the right decisions and, rolling out things on the ground very effectively. Over to you, Jagan sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arun. I think very well articulated, gives you a good perspective of what is possible, and hence it sets the context as what is smart, and this is just, to be clear, is just on the highway, right? There is so much things that can happen besides the highway, adjacent, and also which feeds into the highway as well. So smart villages, highway villages. So it's so much of it. This is just the trunk infrastructure which is there, and so much of digitization and thing can happen beyond the trunk infrastructure itself. So talking about what is possible, I think at the end of the day, we can talk about technology, we can talk about adoption. It is great that we have a developer amongst our midst. So I'll invite Mr. Kaushik to kind of come in. He is a veteran. He's been with big construction and road companies. I think he was with L&T before, now with Rodis. So they are the people who are going to be spending the money, right? At the end of the day, it's their money which is going to be spent. So how much of technology adoption is happening today in terms of either the construction part of it or the O&M part of it? And how do you see the future? Probably a minute on what was happening before and what's happening now, and what does the future hold for? That will kind of help us in understanding the ground realities and how it's panning out. Over to you, Mr. Kaushik.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss about the exciting field of smart highways. In fact, India has emerged into this global field of IT and related areas in the last couple of decades, and highways remains one of the areas where a lot has been done and a lot can be done. As Pandey sir was telling, with this mission, NHAI and the government of India has embarked on massive improvements, be it in terms of the complete electronic tolling to the smart highway infrastructure in terms of the highway ATMS systems, and with the centralized monitoring of the entire corridors through their 1033 24/7 access. So the paradigm has completely changed, as Mr. Pandey explained, and the progress has been extremely fast. And in order to achieve this and scale up, I believe that as a global player, Rodis, as being the largest European investor in India, as well as the global experience that we have in working in multiple continents and the developments across the world, this is a very exciting time. So we at Rodis, we represent the logistic transportation arm of PSP, which is a Canadian pension fund. And we are, of course, being a part of the Canadian pension fund, very much committed to the ESG principle, which is the cornerstone of all investors across the world, global investors. And India is one of the leading countries in the move towards ESG as a part of the mission that has happened over the last few years. The technology improvements is a constant part of our culture in Rodis, and we have been working with the multiple organizations, the Highway Operators Association of India, which represent the large body of foreign investors, covering more than 1.5 lakh crores of investment in this country on highways alone. And also, we work closely with various agencies, including Arun's Cisco and all other global players in terms of using the technology. So innovation is the large part of our practice in terms of highway development. In innovation, we are working in the three areas. One is the construction. where we are looking at situation in order to develop our roads without human intervention. So basically, we are looking at a sensor based 100% testing, which is the quality part of the entire process. We are looking at the entire 100% monitoring of the safety based on the various temporary parameters which have to be in construction zones. And these are then designed as modules. We are working with multiple agencies, European agencies, who have developed these modules across operational across multiple projects, which is GPS enabled. And the good part is that India today has developed into a massive 4G network, which is transiting into a 5G network. So our capabilities have taken us through this pandemic in a massive way, where the economy did not face the brunt. In fact, these virtual conferences are a testimony of that. And the highway sector, I see in 3, 4, 5 years time from the developer's perspective that the entire testing of the highway construction, entire safety of the highway construction, as well as we are also looking at a module where the entire billing. So at any point of time, like we know on the toll plaza that how much money has been collected, we would like to know that exactly how much money has been spent on the road and how much work has happened. So we are looking at a daily progress as of now, but we may reach a stage where it will be that 100% of the work done on an instant basis is real-time available on the net across your project, because these are GPS enabled. The locations are monitored by cameras, as well as these are enabled on the mobile network. So we have developed this with a partner in the Europe, in France, who are operating basically from Singapore. So I'm not taking names because we do not want to put it as a general, but there are multiple options that are available. And we have this construction related processes where the entire testing from the soil to the aggregates to the concrete to the batching plant, all the parameters, including even the environmental parameters, will be on real-time basis. And those real-time parameters will be available on the network, accessed by artificial intelligence. So we will only have a tick that yes, this test has passed, or if these tests have not passed. So we don't have to go into the nitty-gritties and come up with the solutions after months of checking, which will dramatically improve the quality of the highways as well as the construction capability of the highways and our investments. Coming to the operational part, we have developed a mobile app where the app will be able to, once the entire data is fed, will be able to be installed on the right-hand side, left-hand side, and the middle of the route patrol vehicle. And it will capture each and every parameter, including the cracks, including the potholes, including the lights which are functioning or lights which are not functioning, on a video analytics basis. So the video analytics have reached such a stage that based on the video and the data that is already available with the artificial intelligence, they'll be able to tell if this light is not working. It'll show, because a certain illumination has been already fed into it. If a pothole has developed, it will show, and the size of the pothole, exact location of the pothole, it will show. So on a real-time basis, we will be accessing the data, and thereafter the data will be fed to the individuals who are supposed to take action on it, and how quickly the action has been taken by the operations or the maintenance team will be then reflected on that. Similar is the case with the ambulances, the case with the various services that we provide. So this becomes an integrated application on a mobile, which can then be applied across the entire stretch of the highway that we manage. So these are the exciting innovations that we are working. We are also working some of the innovations which are new. For example, we are trying to automatically forecast with the intelligence about the opportunities and threats on real-time basis in terms of how do you look at the congestion development. So in European countries where the congestion comes, there is a congestion pricing. So suppose you have a situation where the congestion of the road is so heavy that it causes accidents, causes frustration, causes loss of various things. We give the early warning system that please don't come into this road. You take diverted road. Otherwise, if you have to come in here, you have to pay a toll which is five times for a next half an hour. So that actually enables people who are not in the necessity of that road at that point of time to plan their visits or plan their activities in a structured manner. So these are the exciting areas we are working. We are also working towards documentation across the various vendors as well as the clients, so that we have a cloud-based, IoT-based 100% documentation system without the need for people to search those documents. So searching, tagging, and all those facilities is something which we are working on. So in Rhodis, we are working on various innovations, but I would just suffice to say that we would be doing our next projects with the construction on 100% real-time quality, safety, environment monitoring. We will also do a program management, which is again completely monitored through a real-time basis, available to the customer as well as to all the contractors as far as the project is concerned. And on operations, I'll be running on a daily basis a system which instantly gives me what is the status of the road in terms of cracks, potholes, lighting, signages, any defects, and how quickly they are attended to. Yeah.
Sure. I think excellent. This has been one of the aspects that's been looked by the NHAI as well, that the information sharing, gathering of information, and you're able to take action on that information being provided. So if all of this technology is being developed, is being imbibed by the private people, and that technology is going to be and that information sharing is happening, and you're able to act upon that, it'll kind of, the ministers want to do at 40 kilometers per day can even go further and higher, and we can achieve greater heights from this. So I think a great step towards that, and I think even from the adoption, the leader adopts the technology, then there is the followers who start following the technology. So to that extent, I think Rhodis is playing an excellent in paving way for adoption of technology, so that others can take that and go forward. So we in any kind of a talk, and when you talk about smart, it goes to say that there is a lot of thing on green, and adoption of green measures is extremely important. And one of the things which is happening is the whole electric vehicle, the adoption of electric vehicle on the highway, and also there's a lot of talk about the whole charging infrastructure. So we have Mr. Goel from BHEL, who are in a way the Atmanirbharta champion, so to say, in this set of panelists, where they are going to have developed multiple products which are paving this for the charging infrastructure specifically, and Department of Heavy Industries have kind of mandated the charging infrastructure to be coming up in close to 9 expressway, 16 national highways. Multiple cities have responded, and expectation is about close to 1,500 charging stations to the tune of about close to 300 crores. And this is just about 10% of the total national highways which will be covered. So over to you, Mr. Goel, as to what's the kind of opportunities which are available for the charging infrastructure. How do you expect this to pan out? And what is the road ahead? And what ways BHEL contributing to this? Over to you. I think you need to unmute yourself, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Jagannath, and thank you, Kriti, for giving this opportunity to BHEL to present our perspective on the charging infrastructure being initiated in the country. Good afternoon to all of our fellow panelists and all the participants. Introduction of electric vehicles is a major thrust area by the Government of India for 2030, 30% penetration of electric vehicles is being planned. And to facilitate that, basically, to give the charging infrastructure to allay the range anxiety, various measures are being undertaken by the Government of India under the aegis of BHI to facilitate EV adoption. And providing safe and adequate charging infrastructure is one of them. In this context, let me just give a little bit of background. Under FAME 1 scheme, around 1,000 kilometers of highways were covered where Delhi Chandigarh was covered by BHEL, and Pune Mumbai, Delhi Jaipur, and Agra Jaipur, etc. were covered under this scheme. And Delhi Chandigarh was one of the unique projects taken by BHEL, where we have provided all the charging stations backed with solar energy. So it is a totally green concept. And another unique concept on this stretch, you will find that we have identified strategic locations of Haryana tourism. 7 locations of Haryana tourism have been identified and charging stations provided there. Basic concept is that people traveling on highways, they will stop over, they can relax for some time, and in the meantime, their vehicles can get charged. So because there is the charging time taken by electric vehicles is a little larger than what you feel when you are fueling your petrol vehicles or diesel vehicles. So that is another aspect which needs to be taken care when we provide the charging infrastructure. So this was one of the, then the FAME 2 scheme is announced by the Government of India in August 2019, as Mr. Gannar was just mentioning, which has an outlay of 1,000 crore for charging infrastructure itself. And in the first go, the around 3,000 charging stations were sanctioned for various cities pan India. And now another expression of interest has been floated by DHI to cover 9 major expressways and 16 national highways. It will cover around 15,000 kilometers and provide around 1,500 charging stations at every 25 kilometers on both sides of the highways and expressways to allay any range anxiety and give a good experience to electric vehicles, and people feel inclined to adopt electric vehicles. So it is basically, if you see, it is taken a next story that once we have to invite people to adopt electric vehicles, we have to provide electric charging infrastructure to them. It should be readily available. But what are the many challenges are coming up based on our own experience in executing the Delhi Chandigarh highway project and hearing other entities which are also involved in this area. The basic difficulties what we are finding and the challenges which are being faced are, since EV adoption is at low end, the usage is low as of now. So people are not forthcoming to give forward the land required for the putting up the charging. It doesn't make a business sense for them as of now. So how do we overcome this difficulty? Then immediately, once if people agree to put a charging infrastructure, the load function has to be enhanced. And there is a fixed charges for enhancement of the loads in our country. So that is another difficulty. And people have to put maybe, especially in highways, where it will be in remote areas. So people have maybe required to put additional manpower in these areas. Right. You cannot make it unmanned because they are located in remote area from safety aspect. So there is another additional cost to the entities putting up a charging. How do we overcome this? How do we make a business case so that it becomes self-sustainable? As of now, Government of India is putting giving impetus by giving an initial capital subsidy for entities coming forward to put up charging infrastructure. Around 70% of the cost of the charger is being given by DHI.
Right.
So these are the challenges, and another aspect which we need to address is what is the level of standardization. How do OEMs standardize the requirements? For example, we are now standardizing that, okay, every charging station should have CCS, which is a European standard for protocol communication, and CHAdeMO also, which is basically Japanese. And so far, we are finding that mostly CCS is being used. So can we standardize CCS? And if we are leaving it open to market, then the OEM will not be able to standardize. Everything has a cost. If you we want to keep more provisions or different protocols, OEMs can provide it, but it has a cost associated with it. So how do we overcome all these challenges? That is the challenge. And in this regard, what we find, at least for the initial stage, if authorities like NHAI, DISCOMs, etc., can come forward.
Mr. Goyal? Yeah, sorry, I think the other panelists have kind of joined in 1 minute, so if you can quickly wrap up, we can kind of move ahead. Yeah.
Basically, come forward and facilitate all these provisions by identifying the lands, sanctioning of the loads, etc., and standardization of the bulk requirements, so that it is not left to the operators to select. They are not as knowledgeable in selecting the equipment. So all this, if we are able to do something on this area and come to an understanding, then it will give a impetus to providing the infrastructure in the country. I think
excellent, absolutely. I think we are, you know, somewhere where the telecom was there, right? There were multiple operating systems which were there, some level of consolidation, standardization, all that is happening. And I think that's what you're talking about, to have a standardized way in which things can work out so that people are all in tune of what is there. And I think as we move across in this road, this will come to fore. I'm quite conscious of the time, and I also see a couple of our next session panelists have also kind of joined into this. Quick last 1 minute, if I can just draw upon Mr. Pandey to give his closing remarks for a minute, and then we can then move ahead. Yeah. And I think as we move across this road, this will come to fore. I'm quite conscious of the time, and I also think of our next session panelists.
Pandey, can we have a final remark from your end, sir? Seem to be, I don't know whether.
I think, is there a lag? Okay. No, fair enough. So I think considering the time, and then we have got the other panelist on out here, it was excellent, you know, discussion we had. We kind of connected and talked about from the authorities' perspective. We were able to get from the developer's perspective and also the service provider, and we also have the indigenous, you know, from India. What are the kind of new initiatives that has been taken up by you know, companies like BHEL? So thanks a lot to everybody. We are at the close of the session. I'm handing this over back to Komal from FICCI to take this forward. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you so much, Jagan. Thank you so much, Mr. Pandey. Thank you, Arun. Thank you, Mr. Goyal. And special thanks to Kaushik ji. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
In about 5 minutes from now, we will go for our business session 2. How do we accelerate the development of the highway sector? We are privileged to have a special address by Joint Secretary Shri Amit Kumar Ghosh ji, and have a great lineup of panelists covering all the major stakeholders. So Nija will also be joining us for this session once the JS is there, and then we'll hand over the baton to you, Akshay.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Komal.
We are privileged to have a special address by Joint Secretary Shri Amit Kumar Ghosh ji, and have a great lineup of panelists covering all the stakeholders. So Nija will be joining this session.
Good afternoon. Joint Secretary is just joining. Just give him 2 minutes. He's about to join. There we have. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. We have on with us Shri Amit Kumar Ghosh, Joint Secretary, Highways, Ministry of Road Transportation of Highways. Welcome, sir. We move on to business session 2, which is accelerating development of roads and highway sector. The session will be moderated by Akshay, Director, Transport Logistics with CRISIL Infrastructure. And amongst the panelists, we have with us Mr. Sailesh Pathak, who's the co-chairman of FICCI Transport Infra Committee and head of Special Initiative Development Project with L&T. We have Mr. P.R. Jayashankar, Managing Director, India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited. Mr. Sudhir Hoshing, Joint Managing Director, IRB Infrastructure Developers Limited. Mr. Akhil Kumar Gupta, Executive Director, AFCON Infrastructure. Mr. Sandeep Upadhyay, Managing Director, CEO, Centrum Infrastructure Advisory. And Brigadier Amit, Consultant with RICS. Sorry, one second. With RICS. So welcome all the panelists. Delegates are very patiently waiting to hear from you. Before we start, once again, welcome to Joint Secretary. I hand over the session to Akshay to invite the JS for his address, special address.
Thank you, Neerja. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us for today's panel discussion, Accelerating Development of the Roads and Highways Sector. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my special thanks to the distinguished panelists and Joint Secretary Highways who have joined us this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, during these unprecedented times, the roads and highways sector has emerged as a ray of hope for the Indian economy. Highway construction saw high growth of over 30% and project awards witnessed an uptick of 17% last fiscal, vis-a-vis the year before. Toll collections also surpassed pre-pandemic levels by the third quarter of the fiscal. Moreover, with new opportunities emanating from allied infrastructure and technology, the roads and highway sector is indeed undergoing a paradigm shift. However, with this shift, there are relatively newer issues to deliberate upon. How can the experience of road users be enhanced? How can operational road assets be effectively monetized? How can technology be leveraged to raise the bar on road operations and maintenance practices? Our esteemed panelists will be diving into these and more issues during today's discussion. To start the proceedings, I now invite Mr. Amit Kumar Ghosh, Joint Secretary Highways, to deliver the special address. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Akshay Purkayastha, session moderator, for inviting me to address this business session number 2 on the subject of accelerating development of roads and highway sector. Distinguished panelists and eminent members present in the audience, I've been informed by Madam Neerja that we have more than 350 participants from across the country who represent all verticals in the road industry, highways industry. So it's indeed a pleasure and an honor and a privilege to address all of you. I'm especially delighted to see. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Hello. Hello.
Yes, Mr. Ghosh, we can hear you.
Okay. Shall I continue? Okay. I'm especially delighted to see the names of the eminent panelists, which has just been announced by Akshay. So, with a big hello from my side to all of you, let me present a few slides before you and explain the ideas that I have. Let us go back to the month of March when, as you know, we held a series of discussions following the budget announcements. And I'm glad to tell you that the ministry is moving very strongly on fulfilling all the commitments made to the stakeholders who had participated in those deliberations and later on in the subgroups regarding the steps that the ministry will take in order to improve the working environment and the facilities sought by the stakeholders. But now the presentation is shared. I hope you can see it. This presentation has got 5 parts. We'll go very quickly so that, as you can see, I have tried to divide the subject into 5 parts. Let's go to the first one. Transport sector in India contributes to 6.81% of the GDP. And we have the second largest road network. And we carry in the national highways about 40% of the traffic. Next slide. Now, as you know, I'm introducing another subject here, which we will keep in mind as we go ahead in the presentation, that a very ambitious program called the National Infrastructure Pipeline has been introduced in the country since last year, and about 18 lakh crore is envisaged to be spent on the road sector. So here in the National Infrastructure Pipeline, we have about 19.17% of NIP. So for all the stakeholders in the road sector and across the hierarchy of roads, we have tremendous business opportunities which have come up. About 2/3 of the investment is envisaged through MHAL. If you look at the national highways network and how it has been enhanced, you will see that the national highway length has grown by about 52% from 91,000 kilometers in April 14 to about 1.39 lakh kilometers till May 21. So it's a very rapid growth to which the moderator had also alluded in his opening remarks. And the point to be noted is that the pressure on the national highways is very high. I have already spoken about it. Next. Here is what the moderator flagged in the beginning, that how the rate of growth has been rising. So if you see, last year, we did very well in terms of the construction. And in fact, we constructed more than even the works we awarded. So actually, because we take about 2.5 to 3 years to complete our works, so this year is going to be the year of award and also the year of construction, because we are targeting to exceed last year's performance. So as of now, as of 31st May, we have constructed about 1470 kilometers. We are going at a very fast clip, and we have the highest achievement till now of 37 kilometers per day. So this is something that the ministry can be proud of. And I would like to thank all the partners in this regard. Next, please. Bharatmala, you are all aware. I'm happy to tell you that we are now looking at, in the next slide, I'll show you. We are now go to the next slide. We are now looking at the completion of most of the works in Bharatmala. And when we complete, we will have 50 corridors. We began from 6. And rate, we expect will have moved from 40% to 80% on the national highways. All the districts will be connected with 4-lane roads. Next. Now, here the important thing in Bharatmala is that in 2018, we carried out a study called the National Road Transportation Strategy. And under the NRTA study, which was supported by World Bank, this ministry identified certain greenfield corridors. We have been hearing a lot about Delhi-Mumbai greenfield corridor. But as you know, in the budget announcement also, 5 corridors were alluded to. I'm happy to share with you that we are now on all these 22 greenfield corridors, work has started. And these corridors will enhance connectivity to about 750 plus economic and industrial nodes, multimodal logistics terminals, which are part of the DPIIT-led National Master Plan for Multimodal Logistics. So the National Master Plan, I would like to share with you, is envisaged to be launched in the month of July. And it will be a very, very high profile, high visibility program, which will look at the scheme to connect all the industrial nodes, economic zones, special economic zones, and industrial clusters in the country, not only through highways, but multimodal connectivity. So in our ministry, in parallel to Bharatmala and in conjunction with NIP, we have prepared a our national master plan of connectivity. So basically, the idea is to work on transport corridors. There are a large number of such corridors which are being developed, and you see, Delhi-Mumbai Expressway and Delhi-Katra Expressway, we are also looking at the feasibility of high-speed rail, which can be aligned with these expressways, because these expressways are, unlike our old highways, are straight line, as the crow flies, greenfield alignments. Next, please. While we are trying to accelerate the development of roads and highways with all these corridors, etc., we are also looking at how to stimulate the PPP partnership and asset monetization of national highways. So I will briefly touch upon this. What we have done, we have carried out a number of studies, and we have made a large number of changes. Mr. Jaishankar is here from IIFCL, and he has contributed very, very strongly to the changes that have come about in BOT and HAM projects to improve ease of doing business for our concessionaires. So, for example, in the BOT MCA, what we have done, we have this traffic risk sharing. We have adjusted, and there was a lot of recommendations from the stakeholders, IIFCL, and we have said that we will be able to, we will enable the sharing of traffic risk with concessionaire by adjusting concession period for traffic reduction beyond 5% also. Secondly, we have, earlier the dispute resolution would occur at the end, typically at the end of the project. Now we have provided for concurrent dispute resolution boards. These DRBs will comprise of the representatives of the authority as well as the sectionnaire, and real-time dispute resolution will be ensured. In fact, this will be done in the HAM projects also, and EPC also. So we have also said that 90% of acquired construction land will be made available on the appointed date. So for HAM, let me tell you that we have increased the milestone payments from 5 to 10. This has improved cash flows to concessionaires, and in fact, now the National Highway Builders Federation has requested that this be extended beyond the COVID period also, and which we have done. So there was a lot of concern from the HAM concessionaires that they were not protected from the fluctuation of bank rates, because the bank rate provided by RBI and the MCLR of various major banks would not be aligned. So we have done that by aligning the interest rate with the MCLR of top 5 commercial banks. This has been provided for in the HAM MCA. Similarly, the declaration of O&M expenditure is now being, the contractor has to do it, the concessionaire has to do it, and so that there is clarity and everybody is clear about the O&M expenditure. So this we have done. Now, what is the outcome that we see? We see that the HAM projects are now growing in percentage. So if we look at the fiscal 2020, it was 26%, but in 2021, it has grown up to 56% of the total projects awarded. So the PPP sector is expanding strongly. Next. Now, we have also tried to improve the participation of the domestic contractors. This is a strong part of our Atmanirbhar paradigm. So in this, we have refined the technical eligibility criteria in such a way that the threshold capacity for net payments received has been reduced from 200% to 100% of total project cost. Value of previously executed work has been eased from 25% to 20% of total project cost for road projects. Then refinement also in the financial eligibility criteria from 20% to 15% for EPC projects. And for HAM, what we have done, the company net worth criteria has also been lowered. I know, I mean, a number of established players have been talking to us, and they have been saying that, large number of people are coming. But we feel that, when the net grows bigger, a more number of serious players will come, and it will help us because, after all, as I said, in the national infrastructure pipeline, we have a huge target. So we need more and more people and more partners to implement our project. Then we have also optimized our project package sizes. And what we have done is that we have looked at, the length of the project package. Now, why we have done this is not simply because we want to enable smaller players to bid for them, but also because the complexity and the specifications of our projects have grown, and we are now going for 6-lane and some places 8-lane highways, etc. So we have done this, and we have also seen that the competition has grown. Earlier, there used to be 5 or 7 bidders, but now in the last quarter of the last financial, we saw that even up to 15 or 20 bidders were bidding for our projects. So we are conscious of the fact that some of the bidders have got so many projects under their belt that it is actually, they are now finding it difficult to implement all of them. So we are looking at that, but this is the situation. And we find that, discount on EPC projects has increased marginally, if you see, over the last 2 years. Next, please. Now, on the asset monetization side, we are not only building our roads, we are also monetizing our assets. So this is a major task, and a large number of large players in this sector have come about, and now we have the Highways Operators Association of India, HOAI, and we are trying to implement the asset monetization plan in a very, very ambitious manner. Recently, National Monetization Plan has been envisaged by NITI Aayog, and NITI Aayog has given targets for monetization of the assets across the infrastructure ministries. So MoRTH remains the number one in terms of the targets prescribed or suggested by NITI Aayog. So one of the models that we have already tested and we have raised money by monetizing is the TOT model. And total TOT till now, we have been able to raise about 16,954 crores. This year, we are planning to do 10,000 crore or more, depending upon the market response, but definitely 10,000 crore we will be doing. Similarly, if you look at the InvIT model, our NHAI InvIT is ready to enter the market and raise the funds. I think next month we will be inviting partners for participating in InvIT. Here, the SEBI has approved our draft placement memorandum, and we have identified road assets worth from where we seek to raise about 5,000 crore. Delhi-Mumbai Expressway SPV has been formed. I am also a director in that SPV. We have raised a debt of about 9,950 crore through the SPV. So we are actually, if it can be said that while the first two are asset monetization, the third is we are raising debt. But the fact is that all this money is now entering the kitty available to NHAI to implement its projects. Next, please. So if you look at the TOT experience that we are having, NHAI, I don't have to explain the principles. Basically, we are looking at, addressing a few very, very important points. Number one is that we need in-depth, comprehensive technical assessment. So that is something which we are trying to do, and there are a lot of stress we have placed in our reviews, and we requested NHAI to do strong technical studies so that the assets are actually attractive to the parties. Secondly, now we have also started sharing of raw data with investors. As you know, earlier the initial expected commercial value IECB used to be declared upfront. We are not doing that, but we are sharing the raw data with the investors. So we are trying to raise as much money as possible by making the process as transparent as possible. Now, we feel that there are a large number of players, about 10 players, who can participate and who are willing to participate in TOT. We have developed an internal pipeline for TOT, and we have got a number of bundles. And depending on the market situation, we are trying to bring those before the potential bidders. Next slide. So I was talking about InvIT with you, and basically progress till date. I'll explain that we had targeted and we were successful in getting the SEBI approval on the draft placement memorandum. We have got provisional AAA rating, and our board for managing the investment management company is ready, and it's an independent board, and it will bring a lot of reassurance to the players in the market that we have a management organization which will work with private sector efficiency and be able to attract and give a sense of security and assurance to the investor. So the marketing and investor engagement, as I said, is going on, and in the month of July, we hope to start the formal process. Next, please. Apart from the asset monetization, construction, PPP, as the moderator said, management and operation of the highways is also very important. So let's go there. We are trying to bring best-in-class construction practices. We have always been stressing upon our road developers that while we give complete freedom under the contract to employ the best possible technology to achieve our quality standards with as much economy as they can. But we are very conscious that the largest national highway construction program in the world should also focus on building world-class infrastructure. So updation of IRC standards as per global standards, that is being done. Roughness index has received a lot of attention over the last 1.5 years. Similarly, a manual for O&M performance assessment, model contract for road maintenance, guidelines for road tunnels. In fact, the ministry has come up with a new tunnel cell because, as you must have read yesterday, Honorable Minister spoke about 9 tunnels in Himachal Pradesh. So when we are trying to expand our road networks to our far-flung areas, tunnels are going to become very, very important. And the tunnel cell, which has been recently last year constituted within the ministry, is now working to improve these specifications that otherwise, our tunnel was generally part of the highway, general highway construction, but now we are trying to focus more and more on it. Warm mix, asphalt, concrete pavements have received a lot of attention. Now, waste plastic. Honorable Minister had held a meeting recently in which he was very clear that our concessionaires and contractors must make use of waste plastic when they build roads. So we will be issuing some circulars in this regard very soon. The road asset management system, RAMS, we had actually in 2015 developed a RAMS, and about the data of about 3,000 kilometers was updated. But now what we are trying to do, we are trying to approach, we are making a modern RAMS, let us say, a new RAMS, totally revamped. So what we are trying to do, the consolidation of all national highway assets, of course, must be part of the digital RAMS, but also the quality of updated stretches will be monitored biannually through NSVs, and using the NSVs, the assessment of roughness, pavement condition, road furniture, and our target is that we have already uploaded NSV data of 16,200 kilometers in the RAMS that we have, which is under development, but we are trying to make it more and more extensive. So this is something which will be digital and which will help us to monitor our extensive national highways. Next. Alternative materials and latest construction practices. We are, as I said, encouraging our concessionaires to use waste plastic, construction and demolition waste. In the UER2 in Delhi, we have a very significant and ambitious target to use C&D waste that is available in the city of Delhi. So steel fibers in our structures, coir fibers in slope stabilization, we are encouraging. Recycling and utilization of bitumen and asphalt, of course, this is part of our standard practice now, and this recycled asphalt has now been utilized over 720 kilometers of road length. So the latest construction practices, technical issues like new Austrian tunneling method in tunnel projects, stone matrix asphalting to improve highway durability and rut resistance, we are trying to make them mainstay of our construction program to the extent possible. The environment management plan has been made, as you all know, is mandatory for all our national highway projects. Then, it is not only construction practice and new material, we also have to maintain and operate our roads. So incident management, we, with the support of World Bank, we have rolled out the IRAD, Integrated Road Accident Database, for recording real-time accidents in 59 districts in 6 pilot states. Recently, Secretary Moth had visited Kerala, where it was agreed that IRAD program will also be introduced in Kerala. So we are trying to roll it out in phases, and it will be rolled out in 14 more states shortly. Basically, as you know, reduction in road accidents is a very, very big challenge because we have the largest number of road casualties in the world. So though there has been marginal reduction, but we have a long way to go, and we have to implement our road safety program and incident management program very, very carefully. So earlier, you will remember that the number of black spots was very small, but now we have expanded the scope, and we have identified about 5,803 black spots. Of course, black spots keep developing at other places also. What we are trying to say is that we are conscious that black spots cannot be at a few places in the country, and we have to be alert to the fact that very large number of places will require our intervention. So this is being done, and road safety audits have been mandated at all stages of highway life cycle. Traffic management is very important. In fact, here in the ATMS to improve traffic flows and road safety, we have implemented in 1,500 kilometers of NH corridors. And a pilot we are doing of multi-lane free flow system using ANPRs. So this ANPR number plates with the high speed RFID reader has been carried out on the Delhi Meerut Expressway. And this study is there. Another study we are doing is on the Chandigarh Highway. And we will try to understand which technology and which methodology to use in order to, ensure seamless movement of traffic. Next, please. So one of the advantages and derived from use of technology has been that you will remember that in the year 2019, we started on a very ambitious FASTag program. Earlier, FASTag was there, but the penetration was less than 40%. Happy to share with you that we are now collecting 96% of the revenues through ETC. This has also enabled faster flow of traffic, but we are not still satisfied. So we have now, NHAI is now conducting a study on how to study each toll plaza in the country and identify those toll plazas where there is a delay of more than, the target is 1 minute. More than 1 minute delay in each toll plaza, we should know, and then we should try how to solve that problem. So this is the kind of commitment to faster movement of traffic that we are trying to, bring about in our organizational system and in our management system. So let me just tell you that we are using, this is what I said about, GIS, use of GIS for monitoring congestion at toll plazas. So the outcome is very clear. From 11,294 to we have gone to 22,762 crores being collected through electronic toll plazas, and 138 toll plazas of state governments, 13 state governments have also been integrated with the FASTag system, the ETC system of NHAI. So sorry about that. Let's go very quickly to the next section. Toll collection has risen. We have showed you that. So I'll go very quickly ahead. Multimodal logistics parks are being developed at various places. You all know about it, so I'm not going to read out this slide to you. Next, please. These 35 logistics parks have been identified under the Logistics Efficiency and Enhancement Program study done by the ministry. And we feel that, we have done phasing. So 4 MMLPs will be awarded in this fiscal: Nagpur, Chennai, Bengaluru, and Indore. And the pre-feasibility assessment for all remaining MMLPs will also be completed this year. Next, please. We have a target of developing 500 wayside amenities by 2024, and this will go a long way in facilitating passenger convenience as they travel on the national highways. Idea is to attract more and more private participation, and idea is to reward those people who take the risk to develop these wayside amenities. So we have implemented a few reforms in our policy. So we are offering a model in which the concession fee is a mix of revenue share and fixed rental. Fixed rental will give him the concessionaire lot of comfort. Optimized concession period along with right of first refusal for extended period, so that he has the confidence to invest for a long haul, and then implementing the rental waiver till traffic stabilization. This is the kind of comfort that we are trying to give to the people who enter this side of wayside amenities. Now, in this year, we will award 120 wayside amenities. Currently, we have invited bids for 100 sites, and they will be awarded shortly. Now, while all this is very good, the accelerating the development, PPP, asset monetization, management, but there are certain bottlenecks and disputes. So let us look at that, how we are trying to improve the climate and give assurance so that the ease of doing business is facilitated more and more. So what we have done under the Atmanirbhar Bharat campaign, we have said that the retention money may be released in proportion to work executed. Secondly, on pro rata basis, we are releasing performance guarantee for HAM and BOT contracts if the concessionaire is not in breach of the contract. Relaxation in Schedule H to provide monthly payments. I have referred to this earlier. waiver of bid security amount for BOT and HAM projects, and direct payment to approved subcontractors through escrow accounts. NHAI, as far as dispute resolution is concerned, they have taken very, very proactive steps in the last 1.5 years. And recently, Chairman Niti Aayog had reviewed the dispute resolution mechanism and the conciliation mechanism of the infrastructure ministries. And the work done by NHAI was roundly appreciated. Chairman NHAI shared that 75 claims were resolved, and with a settlement of 5,498 crores against a claim of 15,688 crores. Basically, the concessionaire and the authority, the contractor and the authority, they have to agree. So what we have done is, we have an ISAC, the Independent Settlement Advisory Committee. It is headed by a retired High Court judge, or a retired Secretary of Government of India, or a retired DG, RD and SS of MoRTH. Similarly, we have constituted 3 conciliation committees of independent experts, and these 3 committees has got 3 members each. And these committees have also done excellent work, let me tell you, by facilitating conciliation, which is provided for in Part 5 of the Arbitration Act. And conciliation is formally recognized in the in law. And this figure which I have read out in the beginning, a lot of it has come from the by way of conciliation. Now, I have already spoken about the DRBs, the Dispute Resolution Board. What will happen is that, we will have concurrent and time-bound decision making. Finally, what are the ways ahead? What are the challenges ahead and the way forward for the sector? So we feel that, the discussion that we had in the month of March with all the stakeholders, and many of the eminent panelists who are present today were part of these discussions, and they contributed very, very significantly to the, these challenges and the action plan that I'm going to apprise you about. Basically, we have to sustain the interest in PPP. So we have to minimize and do some risk balancing and give comfort to our investors. So we have to boost the attractiveness of PPP projects. So I've already spoken about, increasing cash flows. So here we are working on omnibus bank guarantee that is under consideration right now. Similarly, surety bonds. Basically, we are in touch with IRDAI and the Department of Financial Services, and we have requested them to give us the framework under which the surety bonds can be made applicable. Similarly, some tax reductions were requested by the stakeholders in these discussions held in March, and we have moved all the proposals to the Ministry of Finance, and we are expecting that they will be decided upon favorably very soon. Now, we are also, trying to, as I said, sharing data properly so that the bidders of PPP projects can bid accurately. So that is there. Then the second is expediting pre-construction by close coordination with state governments and central government ministries, such as railways and environment and forest. So idea is to reduce clearances delays, and the process has now been streamlined. In large number, many meetings have been held recently, co-chaired by Honorable Minister MoRTH and MoEFCC to look at the forest clearances part. Similarly, for railways, in fact, the group of infrastructure, which is headed by Minister MoRTH, had mandated a committee, interministerial committee, which has been constituted under the chairmanship of joint chairmanship of DG, RD and SS and member Railway Board, and with representation from Ministry of Environment and Forest, Telecom, and all other ministries concerned, so that we are able to go through the clearances very quickly. So I have already spoken about improving road safety. That was one big challenge and suggested by industry stakeholders. So this, as I mentioned, this has received a lot of attention in the ministry. And the target is that 5,150 black spots will be rectified by the end of 23-24. And we have to, the initial rectification, 100%, will have to be done by 15th August 2022. Then we have got a target that safety audit of roads of 40,000 kilometers of national highways by the financial year 24, and the IRAD will be launched across the country by then. Next, please. So, improving efficiency of freight and passenger transport with increased pace of construction, development of MMLP and port connectivity. Many things I have already spoken, but the fact is that we also have a target that we have to achieve a construction of 60,000 kilometers of roads from 2019 to 2024. In these 5 years, this is the target. So an average of 12,000 kilometers. So as I said, we are also mandated to exceed the achievement of construction that we did last year. Now, in 2 years, we have constructed 24,417 kilometers. Logistics parks, I have spoken about. By March 24, we will have completed 75 port connectivity projects of 2,106 kilometers. This will really boost our the infrastructure of our ports. Then enhancing ease of living through improved mobility and transport reforms. So one of the areas, it has been recently, this subject has been allocated to our ministry, development of roadways. In far-flung areas, especially in the Northeast, development of roadways will help in promoting connectivity. Streamline road taxation through consultations with states on one nation, one tax. This task is going on. Then align the auto regulations with international standards. So this is our action plan that we will be doing this. Next, please. I can show you a large number of roads that we have built, but I will no. You can leave this, and you can reduce now minimize. So my so friends, I feel that the ministry over the last 3 years, when we launched Bharatmala in November 2017, the program has become bigger and bigger, and lot of your suggestions on efficient management of road and road safety, we have already onboarded them in our programs. Thank you very much for listening to me patiently.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. That was a very detailed and very insightful presentation. And I think it clearly shows how MoRTH, under your leadership, is accelerating the development of the roads and highways sector. So thank you very much. I'm sure the delegates would have really absorbed and enjoyed what has been done and what is being planned for the way ahead. With this, I'll just start with Mr. Pathak. Sir, with the increasing operationalization of highway assets, asset monetization has been gaining a lot of significance. InvITs, especially in highways, have slowly gained traction over the last few years, and NHAI is now on the cusp of launching its own InvIT, like Mr. Ghosh said. And the NHAI InvIT is expected to grow rapidly. Do you see this InvIT taking away investor dollars from private road sector developers?
Thank you, Akshay. And let me begin by complimenting Joint Secretary Amit Ji for a very good presentation indeed. Over the 5 points, he's talked about asset creation in construction, he's talked about asset monetization, and he's talked about asset maintenance and management. So most of the questions that a lot of the people on this webinar would have been very ably answered by Joint Secretary Amit Ghosh Ji. Also, he's talked about... Yes, Nirja?
Chairman, I will just take a minute. I think I'll just take a minute in between. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think JS has another meeting and he would like to be excused. Thank you so much, Mr. Ghosh, for joining us. Much appreciate your time.
Add 2 more bits of praise for Amit Ji and then he can leave. I really admired his 4th point, which is a industry problem which is contract management and dispute resolution. And on the way ahead, so I'll just leave two thoughts with Joint Secretary Ghosh. The first is, commendable work has been done in all aspects. On road safety, I'd just like to say that 2% of the drivers cause 50% of the accidents. So while, we are talking about black spots on the highway, we need to do something about black spots in the mind of these 2% drivers. That is more a software solution rather than an engineering solution. And the second is, with all due respect, the private sector wants to also make a profit. And the moment there are more than 10 bidders, I'm putting my financing hat. If there are more than 10 bidders, it is almost guaranteed that the final bid will not be efficient. And while we may say very proudly that we have reduced costs, 3 years down the line, we will realize that the work has not been done. And we as debt financiers and equity financiers will see a rerun of what happened in 2007 to 2010. So with all due respect, I just suggest that you have categories of bidders for categories of projects. Thank you, Joint Secretary. Thank you.
Mr. Sailesh Pathak, sir, your suggestions are well taken, and we'll continue to engage with you on these matters. Thank you so much.
Sir. So on the specific point of InvIT, I would actually say that, we should be, in economics, there is an indifference curve. So our indifference curve should be whether the international dollar is coming into the NHAI InvIT or the private InvIT, it is coming into our country. And if it is more efficient to get it into the NHAI InvIT, God bless. Having said that, I think asset monetization now is a sure way of financing further construction. So I would just recommend that every single highway, whether it belongs to NHAI or MORTH or state governments or city governments, which has a revenue record of more than 2 years, should be monetized. And suddenly we will have so much more money for construction and better management. The added advantage, and I'm sure others on the panel would give more expertise on this, is that when international dollars come in to set up platforms, those platforms also bring in world-class technology, both for road management and road user experience enhancement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pathak. Of course, the advantages of asset monetization are well known: recycling of capital, very good maintenance practices, and just giving a fillip to the whole sector. So really looking forward to a successful InvIT on that front. I'll move on to Mr. Jayashankar. So the National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development is being set up as the principal development financial institution for infrastructure financing. Given your 35 years experience in DFIs, what are some key success factors, some limitations, and some international perspectives on DFIs?
Thank you, Akshay. Yeah. Development institutes are a form of government intervention in the financial system that aims to address market development and address the failure of the market in provision of finance to those segments which have not been served adequately by the financial system. These segments could be the projects whose social benefits exceed their commercial ones, or for that matter, long-term projects, projects with long lead time, such as infrastructure, so on and so forth. We have seen there has been a history in India about DFIs earlier, and there has been a lot of learnings and a lot of discussions on those. But what we could underline in the entire gamut of the issues that the DFIs faced earlier was that even well-managed banks struggle to reconcile their conflicting objectives of maintaining financial sustainability while pursuing the socially desirable outcomes. Poor management and regulation did not operate on commercial principles, and World Bank also has come out very, in one of their reports that high economic but low financial rates of returns, make it very difficult to, sustain their, operations. So this is something which, we have already seen earlier. Now that we have a proposal, an act which has already been passed, and we have an institution in the making. The key success factors, if you ask me, would mainly hinge on the enabling environment, the complementarity of such institutions, their financial sustainability, and the flexibility with which such institutions can go, and obviously the governance. As far as the enablers are concerned, the environment in which it would operate would definitely and primarily be determined by the country's socio-economic environment with its priorities, obviously. But you see, the institution would require a variety of complementary institutions. Mandate of the development bank may require it to address problems in an economy. It can't, however, function in a dysfunctional environment. This is one of the paradoxes of development banking, and these banks are needed mostly in the developing countries, but the often weak economic and political systems in these countries make it much more difficult for these banks to succeed. And as far as the complementarity part is concerned, the integral part of the financial system, as an integral part of the financial system, the DFIs should focus on lending to those activities where it has a comparative advantage and where the other institutions do not have. And obviously, it should avoid building up a permanent, stable customer base. Turnover of assets, very, very important. It should this would ensure that the bank's scarce resources, which is supplemented by the taxpayer money, are not captured by stronger borrowers at the expense of weaker ones. We need to develop the markets, and once the markets are developed, move on. There must the kind of complementarity that we talk about is to ensure that it doesn't directly compete with the commercial institutions, which are supposed to get into those areas and work in a commercially viable with commercially viable principles. Obviously, that the flexibility is one thing which we have to see how best it can be, and given the kind of the mandate, it should be regularly reviewed, and it should take into account the changing circumstances. And such circumstances could be, general deepening of the financial system or exogenous influences such as new policy directions and all. It should be very flexible and nimble-footed. That is very, very important in as far as the learnings of the past is concerned. And it should be able to attract capital on the basis of its own performance to sustain shareholder interest and pay its creditors. That's very important in the current milieu. And financial sustainability requires requirements. If sustainable, it protects the government against the kind of large-scale losses experienced during the collapse of the earlier system, DFI system. In addition, the requirement also encourages efficiency and reduces the cost of funding, being directly in sync with the market, safeguards the independence of the bank, and through demonstrated profitability, and attracts private investments also. The quality of governance and the management has often meant the difference between the success and failure of development banks functioning in the same environment. Examples are there, international examples. In the Brazil, BNDES, seen as a successful example on the quality of the management and all that. You have the other development banks also. In Brazil, for example, the CEF, the Caixia Economica Federal, the perceptions are quite far more critical. You have to look at it from, how, you look at it from the DFIs functioning in the same environment, how it can, be completely different. We have the JBIC and, Development Bank of Japan functioning in the Japanese environment. We have 5 DFIs in China. We have, 2 DFIs in Indonesia. We have, I can go on and on. German examples are also there. So I think all these things, in the international arena also, the kind of learnings that give us is that, number one, you have to be a market maker and see that the market is developed, and then leave the market for, the commercial institutions, commercial financial institutions to kind of take over from there. You have to be, you shouldn't build a permanent customer base and become very stable and start competing with the commercial finance. There won't be any competition. Obviously, it does not make sense because you are having the taxpayers' money and coming in a big way in the commercial arena. That's not really, that will not augur well for, development of a system. So I think you need to have a sustainable financial, process, a system within the development bank. And obviously, I think the main thing is take the objectives of the government forward, making the economic, the economic rates of return as its primary objective. I think this is, I would put it in a very, this as a package of.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph. Very well. You've summarized 35 years of experience very well and given us such good examples of the international stage as well. I think DFIs is a very, very interesting topic, and again, a topic of much interest, and we can spend a whole panel discussion on DFIs as well. So thank you so much for that. I'll move on to Mr. Sudhir Hoshing. Sir, the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic and the related mobility restrictions has caused a dip in toll collections. Do you feel this is only a minor blip, or should NHAI and MoRTH temporarily pause in PPP initiatives such as BOT and TOT in particular? Also, do you feel electronic toll collection via FASTags has actually plugged revenue leakages substantially?
Okay, thank you for the questions. And one is that on your first part, which is like second wave of COVID. So I am less worried about COVID. Yeah. I am more worried about the agitations happening around. So you have a farmer agitations, you have other agitations which last from few hours to few days to now almost a year. So yes, so that is where what comes in the front of the picture, that is okay, because that you can fight. Okay, 7 days it is my toll plaza is closed, but if it closed for 3 days, 2 days, then entire hit for means you will see that some of the plazas, the collection would be ₹1 million in an hour time, so or more, maybe 2. So if you lose that type of revenue on a regular basis, then very difficult to manage those things, and those are not compensated as well. So that goes into your account. So you manage it. So that is more difficult. I am not worried about COVID, and because I know that now we are going towards vaccinations, and in the worst case, we will be out of all these things, hopefully by end of the year. And later on, we should not be facing so much of problem. There will be variants coming, but we should not be worrying too much. Traffic comes back very fast. So last time also it happened, and now again with the small opening, whatever has happened, traffic has moved back very fast. So I don't think we need to stop anything on BOT and TOT, but we need to add few things into that. That wherever such situations of toll closure comes, then how a concessionaire is compensated. That's the only thing which need to be seen. Otherwise, I don't think you need to talk about BOTs and TOTs being closed. And on the FASTag thing, I feel FASTag has improved the throughput, but still FASTag has its own issues which we are still struggling. Means I have to increase my the audit team to a much bigger extent now. Earlier it was all control at the booth. Now the control has gone back to the audit rooms because there are so many different variants. We are so intelligent, entire country, that we find different ways of cheating. So, so, and see, the simplest has been a car sticker on a truck. So that's the simplest thing which has started, and there's so many other things I cannot tell you which happens. And these boys are so smart. These people, even though we just said that the truck drivers don't know anything, but they're so smart, smart people. They come with innovative ideas of not paying toll, and we have to come with innovative ideas of catching them. So that is happening. So my entire shift now is on the audit and how do we control these people. So I am not worried about much of ETC. ETC has actually increased the throughput, but it doesn't stop the leakage directly.
With your permission, I may just add to Sudhir Hoshingji's point. Very few of us remember that from end of December, we are now in end of June, there has been no toll collection in Punjab and Haryana.
Yes, it is.
And I don't know how compensation for that is going to happen. In the name of farmer protests, everyone is having a free ride. So as a finance person, I would be very worried that such outcomes can prejudice the debt or equity that I will give to a borrower. Thanks.
Absolutely. So I think these are some real pertinent issues that people who are implementing so many toll projects are facing, and it's something that definitely needs to be addressed. And like Mr. Hoshing pointed out, like when the government has come out with a solution to plug leakages through FASTag, people are being extremely innovative and thinking of other means of doing it. So this is a continually evolving scenario, but all stakeholders have to collectively work to manage this in a very proactive manner. And just while staying on this point of toll collections, I'll field my next question to Mr. Akhil Gupta. So, Mr. Gupta, do you think the introduction of GNSS-based tolling, Global Navigation Satellite System tolling, in the future will have a substantial impact on logistical efficiency? And do you feel any specific measures have to be adopted for such precise distance travel based tolling to protect the interests of highway developers and toll operators?
Thank you, Akshay. I thought this question comes right after the question put to Hoshing and Hoshing's areas of concern. I thought, and the way the speed at which we are increasing our construction rate of highways in the country, I think we need to move to GNSS. In any case, you see, it took us almost more than 20 years to move from cash toll collection to FASTag to the electronic collection. Though some part of the electronic collection was happening, that was but too minuscule. The way the electronic toll collection through FASTag has increased the collections by about 50%, and the speed at which we are constructing highways. Last year, I understand NHAI collected about 35,000 crores of toll. I think 2/3 of that was collected through electronic system and balance was through cash. NHAI targeting about multiplying it the toll collection by 4 in the next 5 years, I think there is no choice but to go in for a more efficient system of toll collection. Some of the issues that I see that will be encountered while implementing GNSS would be that the GNSS requires onboard unit vehicle tracking system in each and every vehicle, which through the GPS and GPRS, generates data and entire process is completed. So now this OBUs being implemented over last 2 years, maybe 90% or 85% of the vehicles in the country today will not have that unit. So while this certainly is the need of the hour, if we have to do the toll collection in an efficient manner, in a speedy manner, where the both time and cost aspects are being taken care of, this may take some time before it can be fully implemented, because ultimately all the vehicles which don't have the VTS in the vehicle, they will have to phase out. Now it will take time. We have a 15-year life cycle for the vehicles. So until as all those vehicles which were produced before 2019 does get phased out, you cannot implement GNSS completely. But yes, going forward, this is the solution. This would also solve some of the problem what Sudhir mentioned, that there is an agitation. Now, if you have a GNSS implemented, so there might be agitation at a certain stretch of say 2 kilometer, 3 kilometer, but the developer does get the toll collector because it is from actual distance traveled. So some of the problem of the current toll collection that the developers are facing, those will get certainly resolved through the GNSS. Also, the user will have a benefit because today user makes payment for a certain fixed length of the stretch for toll, and he might have to exit out in between. So he ends up paying more than what he actually has used the highway. So if you have an actual distance toll collection through the GNSS, that problem also gets addressed. So GNSS, as I see, is future looking, is perhaps in need of the hour for our country, the way we are increasing the number of vehicles, the way we are increasing the length of the highways. And certainly this is required. But world over, wherever these experiments have been done, there are certain areas of concern towards the cost of operation of GNSS, how effective it has been. Those are the areas which perhaps we need to look into. I'm quite sure this being high revenue business overall, perhaps as we go forward, technology will improve and we'll have a system where GNSS can be actually effectively implemented. So I would certainly say that GNSS is the need of the hour, and it will certainly improve the logistical efficiency. And we should support this system. Let's see, the government has asked for the consultancy, etc. And it may take some time before actually it can be put in place.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. I think you have very pertinently highlighted the benefits of GNSS, and like they say, the devil lies in the details. So we'll all eagerly await the rollout of this and see how it moves forward. Mr. Upadhyay, so just sticking to the theme of tolling, NHAI has recently awarded 2 BOT toll projects after a long gap. There seems to be a general perception, however, that only 3 or 4 players are interested in such projects. So in light of this, is the effort of reviving BOT toll actually worthwhile? Should NHAI and MoRTH focus more on speedy construction and resolution of issues delaying the speedy construction, rather than spend too much time on private financing of construction through BOT toll?
Okay, thanks for your question. A pertinent one, given where the industry is poised today. We heard the JS, we heard the Honorable Minister as well. I think it was very clear that, on one end, they were taking a lot of pride in terms of constructing 37 kilometers last year. But at the same time, I didn't really see any element of complacency creeping up. So who knows? I mean, this target will well be 2 times in the next 3 to 4 years. Given the massive mandate which NHAI has and the other development authorities have, I don't think BOT can be neglected. The fact is that yes, whether HAM, EPC, they are the most relevant models to roll out projects today. The answer is a clear and loud yes. Whether HAM and EPC will continue to give the kind of sustained growth to NHAI, I would doubt that. 10 years later, if you continue to have 90-95% of the projects, you keep awarding it on the HAM and EPC model, it will start showing up on NHAI's balance sheet. So clearly, BOT has to be seen, as a driver, and not really to be confused, with the overlapping bandwidth vis-a-vis the execution and the dispute resolution. I think we've already heard from the JS the kind of massive effort that have gone in terms of dispute resolution as well as the execution. Now it is a testimony that we have reached a record level. Having said that, BOT has to be very, very. We have to have a very cautious approach towards ramping up this BOT. The biggest roadblock that I see is actually the appetite coming in from the banks to support the private sector players. Yes, you're right. Currently, the appetite looks like that, the BOT, largely 4 to 5 players are interested. But my take here is that, InvITs are there and InvITs are actually getting launched in a big way. The moment this starts easing off the kind of capital pressure that some of these players have and the churning of equity capital that we see, I think this appetite will also grow. We just need the banks to actually step up. I'm a little bit concerned about the banks supporting the private sector. But the moment these two engines fire, I think we will at least have 7 to 8 takers. And we heard Shailesh, saying that the moment we have more than 10 bidders, the economies actually, come into picture. So I think having a bid scenario where 7 to 8 healthy bidders are there, it also creates enough competitive tension for NHAI to make sure that the bid is optimized. So certainly not to be compromised, not to be neglected. BOT should be seen as a driver, but the timing of it is very important. My guess today we should try to have a 5 to 10% kind of bids coming out of BOT and gradually progress to at least a 20-25% over the next 3 years. I mean, this is what one can forecast based on where we stand, in terms of the general market economics.
Thanks for those insightful points, Mr. Upadhyay. I think, the optimum mix of project awards is very essential for the larger highway program. And I recall in 2007, 2008, when the Erstwhile Planning Commission had come out with model documents and they'd restricted the number of applicants that could be qualified to 6. Then also there was a huge uproar and there was a lot of controversy. So I think the optimum amount of competition would be the right factor here. And I think everyone has to work towards that. So thank you on that. And a very important point that you talked about was dispute resolution. And this is where I'll request Brigadier Katpalia to come in. And sir, the number of disputes in the highway sector has always been extremely high. And NHAI has continually tried to streamline its dispute resolution mechanism. Now, affordable arbitrations and claim settlements have been institutionalized. However, there is still a perception that investors are deterred by past disputes, the time and effort required to resolve these. So what changes would you like to see in the dispute resolution framework so that investors don't view this as a major threat?
I would like to give a little different viewpoint. It is not confined only to NHAI. Firstly, I think we need to look at dispute resolution model, which is implementable across the whole construction industry. Because to give a very simplistic example, if L&T doesn't get its payment in Amravati project, it may have an effect in its other project. Second, dispute avoidance and dispute resolution go together. So we need to look at both these measures, certain enabling provisions. We all know that dispute avoidance is primarily through equitable risk sharing in a contract. But equitable risk sharing is a myth. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. It is always tilted in the favor of employer. The only difference is that certain contracts, I would, to give a term, certain contracts are distorted and certain contracts are castrated. So we have to make sure that the distortion is within manageable limits. The third is, I firmly believe we need a structural change, a jhatka, something like what happened in UK in 90s, when UK was exactly in the same mess as we are now. And what is the structural change which most countries did? They basically enacted a construction law or construction contract act or a security of payment act with the focus of enabling timely payments and cash flow, not only to the main contractor, but to every stakeholder down the chain in a construction contract. Now, this law was enacted by UK. It is now in vogue in Ireland, it's vogue in Canada, in Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Malaysia. And it has, there are three ingredients of this construction law or a contract act, all of which are absent in Indian construction contracts, including NHAI contracts. Firstly, enabling and legally outlawed provisions, which will ensure timely payment to all stakeholders. So mandating a project bank account. The minute an employer gives a certain payment, it goes immediately to all the stakeholders down the chain, not only to the approved subcontractor, as was pointed out by Mr. Ghosh. Second, legally banning certain clauses, for example, pay if paid and pay when paid clauses. Second is most important, interim binding dispute resolution. So the difference between DRB of highway and the difference and what is envisaged through this construction law is that the DRB decision has a status of temporary finality. It is called a pay now, argue it later regime. The interim binding dispute resolution takes place in the currency of the contract, with periods varying from 28 days in UK to 84 days in Malaysia. However, the difference is that you have the right to go for next level of dispute resolution, that is arbitration, only after implementing the DRB's decision. Otherwise, you don't accrue with that right. Unless, of course, there is fraud, corruption, and all that. We're not talking about those cases. That is the major difference between DRBs of India and the DRB, which is envisaged in these countries and maybe now even in FIDC. The third legal right that it gives to all contractors is the right to suspend the contract. So if the DRB decision is not implemented, the contractor can partially or fully suspend the contract. This is a major distortion. No Indian contract today, nowhere, NHAI to model Niti Aayog EPC contract, nowhere does the contractor has the right to suspend the contract under any circumstances whatsoever in India. So this is a major distortion. So these are three ingredients I feel which we need. It may be in the form of a law, it may be in the form of only a contractual provision. But if you have a contractual provision, then it will be limited to whims and fancies of the agency. As a law, it can be applicable to entire construction industry. Now, before closing, I'll just give an example of what happens when you have such a law and what happens when you don't have such a law. So in UK, in the last 10 years, out of 15,000 cases referred to interim binding dispute resolution, statutory adjudication, the average time taken to resolve was about 40 days. On an average, contract during the currency was referred 2 to 3 times to statutory adjudication to the DRB. And each time the average time varied from 28 to 42 days. And the interesting part is that out of these 15,000 cases, only 300 went for arbitration. Rest all were resolved, because when you enable a cash flow and the project happens in time, it is nature that disputes are as it is forgotten. Similarly, in Australia, it is being shown now with statistics that the payment behavior of employers has changed for the better after enactment of a construction law. Now, what happens when you don't have an interim binding dispute resolution? So I'll give you findings of my own research of railway contracts. I did a little research which has now been published of 26 railway arbitration awards where the disputes occurred in 90s. And finally, the money was given to contractor in between 2004 to 2009. They're all of South Central Railways. The interesting part is the value of these awards was 1,900 crores. All of them went up to High Court level. And in the end, what happened? The railways landed up paying 592 crore for additional claims and 430 crore as interest component because of the length of time involved, because you did not have an interim binding dispute resolution. I can very confidently say, which my doctoral research is pointing out to, that if MOSPI puts the cost of disputes in its cost escalation, this cost escalation will go up to minimum 30 to 50% more. There is no research in India as to what is the cost of disputes, construction disputes costing us. So I believe we need a structural change which should be applicable across the industry, primarily enabled to fast dispute resolution, which is a fast interim binding dispute resolution, and enabling cash flow right down the contracting chain, not only to the nominated or the main contractor. This is the model we need, which will work everywhere, not only in NHA.
Thank you. I think those were some very, very interesting, refreshing, and pertinent points. And really look forward to reading your paper on this as well.
Thank you.
I think we've had a very good panel discussion. Just looking at the time and being conscious of the next panel, there'll be time for one question, and I'll go to Mr. Pathak for this. NHAI aims to establish allied infrastructure facilities, and we talked about these multimodal logistics parks, wayside amenities in the inaugural session today. In your view, what would the current set of road developers have to do to capitalize on these opportunities and be successful in developing and managing these assets, which have a substantial services angle to them?
Thank you. Just one quick point. Maybe CRISIL should do some research on Brigadier Amit Katpalia's very, very relevant approach. And, you know, the next 10 years is going to see more construction in India than the last 30 years. And the biggest block will be arbitration and claim disputes. So if we can do this big change, we were doing the BRICS Business Council just now with Mr. BVN Rao and me, and we realized that among the BRICS countries, the other countries are all between 5 and 100. We are at 163 in contract enforcement. And this is not just for the road sector, this is across all business in India. Very quickly on your point about, you know, if you look at logistics parks, if you look at rest areas, these are specialized services entities. And if I can build a good road, doesn't mean that I can run a good hotel. But I assume that we in the private sector are not married to an industry. We are married to return on investment. So there will be different people who will say, no, I'll stick to my roads business. For instance, in L&T, we have decided to get out of the roads business except in very, very complex projects. I know several others who said that the road sector has become commoditized. And therefore, since there is so much competition, the profit margins are coming down. People who want more returns on investment would invest in logistics park, who have the ability and the skill set to put together a team and execute. So again, I'm saying the indifference curve, ultimately it's about return on investment. You put 100 rupees, if you're not getting 120 after 2 years, you're making a mistake, right? So it does not matter whether I'm a road developer. Tomorrow I could be a railway developer. Day after tomorrow I could get into space. So where the frontier takes us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pathak. As you rightly mentioned about economics, I think everyone is looking for the bliss point in that. So thank you very much. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the distinguished panelists for joining us. We could have carried on these very interesting discussions and deliberations, but we've run short of time. Thank you once again. And thank you, FICCI, for hosting us.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Akshay, and thank you all the panelists. We will now proceed to the business session 3, which will talk about emerging trends and technologies in the roads and highway construction.
Komal, should we start?
Abhijit, we are just waiting for Ambika. You will just start. You just start. In the meantime, I'll have her join the discussion. You can please start.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, FICCI, for inviting us on a very important issues facing highway sector. Before I start with the introduction of panel, I will introduce myself. I am partner with ENY. I look after infrastructure and PPP. I did my degree in civil engineering long back from IIT Roorkee, and then later on did my MBA working with ENY for last 12 years. I mean, I have not been involved too much in the construction side or equipment side, mostly on commercial, financial, and transaction side. But I think it has been a very interesting journey, and whatever we are discussing, I think it kind of impacts in a big way commercials as well as financials of all the products. To start with, Mr. Sanjay Semwal, General Manager, Bitumen Indian Oil Corporation, and he has 20+ years of experience in petroleum product B2B, and he largely looks after North region for growth and consolidation and management of the business. So he will throw a very important light on bitumen business, how it is handled and what are the various development which is taking place. Then we have Mr. Ashish Beriwala, Director, SRMB Region Private Limited. And being integral part of the management, he has led the business process, sales, branding, and system transformation for 15 years. And he is largely, so SRMB is a steel company, and he'll be focusing his comments on the steel side of the business. Dr. Ambika Bahel, who is shortly joining, she's head flexible payments, CSIR, Central Research Road Research Institute, and she's PhD from IIT Roorkee in chemical engineering. So she has all the right bindings in place. Mr. Debatosh Roy, Senior Vice President and Director, Bitcall, again a veteran in bitumen industry with more than 25 years of experience. He started with L&T and then moved on to join Shell. As a head of bitumen division, he was the founder of the first country manager of Shell Bitumen India Private Limited. So you can expect some very interesting and foresight into bitumen business. We have Mr. Sanjay Bajaj, Vice President, BD Road Technologies, Virgin India Private Limited, with 24 years of experience under his belt and 13 years in payment industry. Yesterday when we were talking, I think he has a range of experiences and stories to tell on in terms of material. Then we have Mr. Rexy Ravindran, again, President Bitumen Forum. So we have 3 people who are specialized in bitumen, and we will have very interesting talk to hear from them. So in terms of, I think the road construction and sustained growth, if we want the way we are doing the road construction, I think the 3 things are very important: environmental friendly, faster construction rate, and efficient life cycle management. And at the end of the day, innovative materials, automation, machine control technologies, all are very active parameters, very important parameters to achieve all the above 3. And all the developed countries are getting benefited in terms of higher productivity. I think please note higher productivity, control cost, high rate of predictability, efficiency, quality, safety, and with the usage of new technologies. At the end of the day, it has to have a purpose. And why we are not able to use or mainstream new technologies are largely because of higher procurement and implementation costs, resistance to change, and lack of information on new technologies. Also, there is an incentive issue to mainstream some of these technologies. Government of India has been, though slow, but continuously improving upon their recommendations to use such technologies. Value engineering program was one, Digital India Mission, then data lake software. The latest is mandatory use of drones. So government is doing its bit. Industry has to kind of be ahead of government in introducing such technologies. But lately, we in last 3-4 years, we have seen lot of new technologies being introduced. Use of plastic waste, cold mix asphalt, in situ recycling, white topping, potential use of different industrial waste, nanotechnologies application, and tunnel boring machines. I think I will kind of stop here and start with Mr. Sanjay Bajaj. If he will also introduce himself and also speak about his experience in this. Mr. Bajaj. Yeah. You are mute, Mr. Bajaj.
I hope now I'm audible, right? So good afternoon. Thank you, Vicky, and industry for having Vidgin and me here today on this platform. Thanks, Abhay, for the introduction, and thanks my co-panelists for considering me as a part of the team here. Very interesting topic, emerging trends and technology in highway sector. I think last 7 years, a lot have happened. We have seen NDA coming, government coming, and completely BOT went out and EPC HAM came in. A lot has changed. largely cash projects, and we're talking about 30 kilometers. We are at 30 kilometers per day here. And I think government is planning to look at around 70 to 80 kilometers per day. Very interesting, very ambitious, but very much possible. Great. What is Wittgen Group contribution has been so far and how we are relevant here? So Wittgen Group, we are part of a John Deere, a $5 billion euro company, a market leader, pioneers in road construction, rehabilitation, mining, serving both asphalt and concrete sector as well. We operate in 56 countries, and last 26 years we are in India. That's our domain. How we are in India relevance? We are the first one to bring technologies to India in 1996 with surface miner. We introduced first concrete paver way back in Bombay-Pune Expressway. We brought in first recycler projects in 2010. We're the market leaders in asphalt paving, leaders in recycling, stabilization, and of course milling. And we are also in line with Make in India, with factory in Pune serving for both national and international market. Last month, we were awarded the best manufacturing infrastructure brand manufacturing and by Economic Times, so thanks to all. So coming straight to the point, I will jump directly. How do we accelerate our infrastructure space and pace? Three topics on the point, and we'll hear new technologies, sustainable payments, and concrete. So I will directly go to the bottom part from where we start the road building, that is earthwork. So today what we do is not in line what we should be doing. So in my view, we should talk about compacting bigger thicknesses. Today we are doing conventionally 250 millimeter single layer. There are equipment available, Wittgen is part of it. We can compact bigger thicknesses 400 millimeter. That will help us in compacting, in reducing time for embankment and subgrade. We can cut down 20%. That's my view. Next is we should stabilize the soil, because if you make CBR around 10-12, a lot of people will agree with me that we can effectively use the local material rather than hauling the material from long distances, which will considerably cut down the construction time. B. We should talk about how can we save aggregates, because they almost constitute 70% of your total road construction. We've been talking about GSB, WM for a lot of time, but it's time to come adopting stabilized bases and sub-bases. A, they cut down your aggregates requirement by 30%. B, they cut down your time requirement. C, they offer you long-term performance, and they also cut down your asphalt top requirement. That means you also cut down your requirement of aggregates and asphalt layers, costing, pricing, and faster construction at least by 20%. Forget about heating, logistics, eco-green effects. That's much more to add in. Stabilized bases, what we should do in at least 25 centimeter single layer. They give you faster construction, and you can do away with the project in 30% less time as compared to conventional time requirements. So Wittgen in India and worldwide, we have a reference of close to 40 million square meters of stabilized bases, sub-bases in India. And my request is to this panel, let's try to look at mandatory use of stabilized payments. That is as far as goes to gravel part of it. Now coming to asphalt with bitumen part of it. Let's look at how world has changed. See, today we are still doing DBM in single layers up to 75-80 millimeter. And a lot of projects in India, which is part of bigger expressways project, have now come with 225 millimeter of DBM requirements. So we are doing in 75 in 3 layers. I think time has come. We should move to 2-layer concept of 150 millimeter each. It will help us compacting better quality and faster time. My experience has been we can compact and pave up to 15 or 20 centimeters. We can cut down construction time at least by 20%, apart from saving into a lot of wastage of time. And also we can cut down the bitumen content. And also at job site, we see a lot of manual interference by string line operation. I think time has come to look at stringless paving by 3D kit. And last not the least, in asphalt paving, we have recently introduced mobile feeders, which I feel are jointless paving and also accelerate speed by 20%. So Rather than looking at IRI, let's make it more specific and look at the riding quality index with which we can do a faster payment and a long quality payment. So that was on how we can do the speed of the infrastructure. Now we are doing a more new projects. I'll not take much time, maybe 2 more minutes. Then I'll move out from this discussion. A lot has been built in India. I think India has built up more than 75,000 kilometers of national highways. How about asset maintenance? So rehabilitation options, about cold milling or cold recycling. I think they offer you a very good solution because we can reuse existing payment. Thus, we don't need more aggregate or resources. We can reduce time and requirement of resources and a faster completion. That's A. By milling recycling, we can also look at saving the atmosphere and also conservation of our nature, apart from bitumen saving, which others will talk, and carbon credits, logistics impact. So by doing this, we can maintain our existing assets at much faster speed. Coming to the last portion of it, on a concrete payment, we have a lot of world records now. We have done 18.75 in India, in Baroda Kim with Wedgen pavers. I think we should do in single layer rather than in 2 layers. That's my suggestion to the authorities through FICCI. And on a crash barrier, which is the most critical portion, we do manually. When you do it mechanically with the solutions with Wedgen and of course others industry, we can speed in the speed by at least by 4 times. So I think overall, summing up, we have a lot of references of stabilized bases with Wedgen being leader in others industry. We have a lot of reference on cold recycling, right from the highest traffic of 180 MSA. We have a lot of reference for stabilized bases, sub-bases. And my request through this panel to the concern will be, let's make stabilization mandatory both for soil and bases. Let's adopt a national policy for FDR, for recycling and milling. And let the EPC project be really EPC projects where contractor can choose his way of looking at it rather than binding him through the schedule B of the payment design. So with this, I end my talk, and that's my views on speeding up. Thank you for allowing me here.
Thank you, Sanjay. I think it was very important and very useful, very interesting as well. We will come back to you on the second round. Can I request Sanjay Samewal to make his initial comments?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, FICCI, for inviting me for this conference. Thank all the co-panelists for including me in the esteemed panel. I am basically looking after marketing of bitumen at Indian Oil Corporation. So I'm looking after bitumen sales on pan-India vessels. And apart from that, just to give a brief about me, I have been through Indian Oil almost 23 years now, and I've worked in various occasions on pan-India vessels. I had the opportunity to be in marketing of all petroleum products which a refinery churns out. Now, since past 2 years, I am specifically looking after bitumen. I'll just talk about 3 things, basically a few things about Indian Oil, about what we are doing, and then how we are placed in bitumen, and lastly, how do we see the bitumen demand going forward. So Indian Oil, as we all know, is a major public sector company. It's a energy source of India, well diversified, and we are present across all streams of the value chain, starting from upstream, midstream, downstream, and now we have further expanded into petrochemicals through our Propel brand. We have also forayed into gas through CGD network, and with our new LNG terminal has also been commissioned at Chennai. So while we are selling into generic products and we maintain all the supply lines, we have been the backbone of the country's development, and our logistics are quite strong, and the pandemic showed that how we maintain uninterrupted supplies of all petroleum products, even during lockdown and even thereafter. It's a matter of pride for us that we achieved delivery of around highest LPG cylinders in a particular day, that is 33 lakhs during the lockdown period, 30th April last year. This talks about the Pehle Indian and Fir Oil. This is our motto through which we work, values which the Indian Oil Corporation has. And the recent vaccination campaigns that have been going on, Indian Oil has supplemented the supply chain through helping the cold chain equipment infrastructure movement. And we have also diverted oxygen from our MEG plants to supply medical grade oxygen to various hospitals in different states. Currently, we are running major vaccination camps across India on pan-India basis. While we are focused on providing energy solutions, we are also looking at the holistic part of it and the ancillary social responsibility that comes along on being a responsible corporate. Further, along with generic products, Indian Oil has been looking at customized solutions and even environmental friendly solutions, and we have launched various customized products like XP100, which is 100 octane petrol. Then we have XP95, which is 95 octane petrol for high-end cars. Then we have launched Extra Tej, which is nano advertised diesel LPG, which cruise savings of 5 to 7%. Apart from that, we were the first in India to launch VLSFO, that is marine fuel oil, which was compliant to IMO regulations. As of now, we are supplying international grade marine HFHSD in various as a bunker fuel across all ports in the country. We have also recently launched a composite cylinder, which LPG cylinder, which replaces normal steel cylinders that we have been seeing in our houses.
Mr. Semwal, you have 2 minutes more. If you can focus on the topic.
Coming to bitumen, Indian Oil has been the market leader in bitumen, and we have almost 40% market share in bitumen, and we have been partnering this infrastructure growth story through supplying bitumen across pan-India. We have bitumen supply refineries at Mathura, Panipat, Barauni, Haldia, Koyali, Chennai. So we are available on pan-India basis, and not only bitumen, all the requirements of infrastructure projects like diesel, LPG, furnace oil, lubricants. Apart from that, we have also formed a JV with Messrs Total to meet the growing demand of bitumen derivatives in India, wherein we'll be supplying value-added bitumen, that is CRMB, PMB, and emulsions in coming years, and that will also be on pan-India basis. Now, coming to the demand side of, as of now, bitumen demand has been growing at a CAGR of around 5 to 6%. And if we see the participants in the demand, around 75% is being done by the domestic suppliers, while 25% is made through imports. We see demand growing by another 5 to 6% CAGR in the next decade. So there will be ample demand, and as of now, there are some issues related to pricing because bitumen imports what are coming, they have a price arbitrage of being sourced from Middle East, which due to sanctions the prices are a bit low. With the upcoming geopolitical scenario, we do see that the sanctions may thaw, and the prices in the Middle East may also match with other markets. So this will throw up opportunity for the local refiners and the domestic industry, bitumen suppliers in India. They will have opportunity to use the idling facility that they have, and even look at future capex if bitumen becomes viable. And even otherwise, domestic production is enhanced. We do feel that there will be space for importers, and so we feel that this India growth story will take care of all the stakeholders who are presently in the basically upstream side of bitumen supply scenario.
Sanjay ji, if you don't mind, I think we'll have to cover all the speakers. So we'll come back to you again. Dr. Ambika, can we have your... So if I can request other speakers to speak less on their company, and of course they should introduce themselves and their capabilities, etc. But more on the subject, you know, in terms of what is needed for the highway sector and where are we going and what are the enablers. So Dr. Ambika, you have vast experience in various areas. I can't even read those areas, so I think I leave it to you.
Thank you, Abhijit. Am I audible?
Yep.
Yeah. So thanks for the crisp introductions you have already given about me. Thanks to Fiki for inviting me for sharing my views on this topic. You correctly said I will not go into the details of what CRRI is and what we do at CRRI, because I hope largely people know about Central Road Research Institute. Otherwise, they can always go onto the website www.crri.org, so they can check what all the various activities we are working on. So I will come straight on today's theme, which Vicky has kept, that accelerating the road infrastructure. I would like to start my talk from what is being currently, every other day we see in news that this is the new record some construction company has made for fastest construction. The challenge is not to construct fast. I always say that. The challenge is to construct sustainable. Idea or my comment why I'm saying this is I would like to share that today highway construction sector is facing three very big challenges. The first challenge is the depleting raw materials. We are already facing shortage of aggregates and bitumen. If I talk about the numbers, then a single lane kilometer construction needs approximately 20,000 tons of aggregate. And there are many projects in India which are currently lagged only because of the shortage of the material is there. If I go by the records of this government website, approximately 700 national highway projects are already facing time and cost overruns. And this is, and one biggest reason is the availability of the raw materials. The second challenge is the emissions, the pollutions which we create while constructing. A single lane kilometer construction generates pollution which is equivalent to approximately 200 cars if they are running annually 24/7. So we can just imagine the amount of pollution we are doing only because of the road construction activities. And the third biggest challenge is the early failure of the bitumen roads. My views are only of the bitumen roads. I'm not including the concrete roads as of now. So our current roads, majority of them are not able to withstand the extreme weather and traffic conditions. So we really need to change our designs, and we need to enhance our materials. Recently, we all heard the number of kilometers that have been added in our budget. So many projects were announced, and I think most of us were amazed that approximately 13,000 kilometers of expressways were announced. In each state, it's like hundreds and thousands of kilometers of national highways were announced. And then so many expressways were announced. So if we go by those figures, then definitely the infrastructure development is really at a wow stage going on. But when we look from the construction side, or when I look sitting here at CRRI, I wonder that this wow development, we should start thinking how we are going to achieve that. Because as per the recent report of material consumption patterns, that was done by a German company, so we are not having resources more than next 20 years. So what are we going to use? How we are going to construct our roads if we will not be having aggregates? As the earlier speaker said that our total bitumen production is approximately 5 million metric tons per annum, but whereas our total demand currently in this fiscal, it would be touching 7.5 million metric ton, which says that we are already importing 45% of our total demand is met by the imports. And if all these highways which have been announced, our demand would increase to 10 million metric tons by 2025. So that means our exports will shoot up to almost 55 to 60%. And if we really want to achieve, as per our PM's mission, Sashakt Bharat, we need to reduce our import dependency, which very easily adopt by the new technologies. I would not say new technologies, they are basically here from a long time, but yes, we need to mainstream these technologies. In such scenarios, we need to adopt the technologies by using which we can save our resources. When I say resources, it means both the aggregate and the bitumen, both are non-renewable resources, and then reduce the construction cost, reduce the emissions as well, which can be achieved by recycling the pavements, by full depth reclamation, by developing more bio-barriers. At CRRI, we did a number of highway projects, which we did by recycling the pavements. And I would like to share here with the audiences that in one of the projects, we did almost like 10, 11 projects, but in just one single project, when we recycled the existing pavement, we could save approximately 4 lakh tons of aggregates. And 10 tons of bitumen was saved just because we reused the existing pavement materials. And if I take the carbon dioxide emissions which were reduced, so that was approximately 4,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions were reduced. So the policies are there, we need to adopt them. It's very important to look how we can escalate the pace of wider adoption of these technologies. Another theme which has been given by FICCI was the use of steel slag aggregates. So I would like to share that at CRRI, we are doing a very big project with steel Ministry of Steel and other steel manufacturers, wherein we are using the steel slag aggregate, ferrochrome slag aggregate, but 100% replacement of the natural aggregates. Already 3 highways have been already constructed by complete replacement of the natural aggregates. Ferrochrome slag and steel slag aggregate both have been used. So it's a huge opportunity for steel industries. They should concentrate on making the aggregates which can be easily used in road construction activities. I'd like to share that at CRRI, we developed a process of making aggregates with the slag, which have better properties than the naturally occurring, better mechanical properties than the natural aggregates. So summing up that we need to look and such technologies which can save our time, materials, and which can reduce the pollution as well. So that's where I would like to end my talk.
Thank you. So can I request Mr. Ashish from SRMB group to speak now?
Yeah, good afternoon to the panelists and delegates today. I, on behalf of SRMB Group, would like to thank FICCI for giving me an opportunity to speak and put forward my opinion on topic of most relevance. I'd like to start with a brief introduction about our company prior to shedding light on the issue in agenda today. We at SRMB Group, we are 6-decade-old IMS certified 1500 crore integrated steel manufacturing group based out of Eastern India. We are one of the largest TMT and window section manufacturer in SME segment in Eastern India. We take pride in our heritage in serving some of the most prestigious projects of organizations like NHAI, railways, power plants, refineries, all over India by catering to requirements of top 100 EPC contractors on all India basis. We are also a popular brand endorsed by legends like MS Dhoni, Kapil Dev, Madhuri Dixit, and our products is sold through retail channel of more than 2,000 dealers in more than 10 states in India today and expanding further. NHAI is major consumer of TMT with a sizable consumption of 40 to 50,000 metric ton of TMT bars per month. We at SRMB have been serving NHAI projects since the inception under Golden Quadrilateral project of NHAI, launched by our ex-Prime Minister late Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, and have been approved and served more than 175 NHAI projects all over India. As has been evident today from the deliberation of Honorable Minister Shri VK Singh ji and further various other panelists throughout the day, it is pleasing to note that the vision of Bharatmala expansion is on track and is expected that the pace of road construction would further increase from 37 km per day to maybe beyond 40 km per day. In this context of massive construction and expansion, it is expected that there would be a sizable increase in demand of steel in general and TMT bars in particular. I can assure everyone as a representative on behalf of steel industry that availability shall not be an issue and sufficient capacity additions are in offing by all major manufacturers. We at SRMB Group are working on doubling our current capacity in next 24 months. I would also like to mention here that there has been a lot of innovations in TMT bar space. Today, the relevant BIS code of TMT bars, IS 1786, has expanded to include 11 grades of TMT bars, incorporating higher yield stress, higher ductility, and overall superior chemical and mechanical properties. We at SRMB have closely worked with various customers, clients, and consultants to encourage shift towards superior grade of TMT bars, which result in sizable reduction from 5 to even up to 15% of steel demand by quantity in comparison to specification with lower grades of TMT bars. Further today, a lot of innovations have been done to improve anti-corrosive properties of TMT bars for better RCC, longevity, durability by adding micro-alloying elements like copper and chromium to manufacture what is popularly known as corrosion-resistant TMT bars. We at SRMB have gone a step ahead in collaboration with Zinga Metal Belgium and have launched TMT bars with our in-house developed proprietary coating process. I am pleased to apprise the audience that these bars are amongst the best anti-corrosive coated bars you may get in world today. I would also like to mention here about appreciable development of recent shift to low alloy TMT as per section 4.2 of IS 1786, wherein carbon is restricted to 0.15 and phosphorus is allowed to be restricted to 0.012. This also results in better mechanical properties of TMT and increased corrosive resistance. Besides, we have also developed our proprietary higher AR value based rib designs, which is WinGrip X-Rib, which provides better bonding between concrete and steel. Another important area which I would like to touch upon today is the problem of major increase in steel prices in recent time. This has led to a doubt amongst clients and contractors of possibility of cartelization among steel manufacturers. I would like to assure the audience today that there is no such cartelization amongst TMT bar manufacturers. The myth can easily be dispelled by the fact that there are hundreds of small and medium-sized TMT manufacturers spread on all India basis, besides few large-sized manufacturers. Therefore, the pertinent question is, then why are the steel prices skyrocketing? I would like to apprise the audience today that most of the steel manufacturers in India depend on their raw material requirements, majorly iron ore and coal, on spot buying or outsourcing basis. Only few large-sized manufacturers have been awarded mines on nomination basis in the past. The steel manufacturers are struggling today in spite of the increased sales realization because of huge increase in royalty, cess on minerals by government. Further, today in India, there is scarcity of iron ore and high-grade coal. Most of the minerals today is under the control of central or state government PSUs. Due to the scarcity, the steel manufacturers have been forced to buy these resources at 2.5 to 3 times the price prevailing 6 months ago. The profit realization of the state PSUs in a lot of these cases is at times as high as 100 to 200% of the mining cost. This continuing scarcity is neither good for steel as well as for the construction industry. Various steel associations are working tirelessly towards seeking intervention and help of the government to sort out the problem, and I thought it was imperative to apprise the delegates today. I also understand that there is shift in highway from RCC to steel structures. This would definitely boost steel demand. However, I would like to caution herein that in case of flat products, the vendor choice is reduced to large extent due to fewer number of manufacturers in comparison to TMT bars. So this in brief, again, I would like to thank FICCI for shedding light on scenarios in TMT bar space in particular and steel industry in general. Thank you.
So basically you are saying buy TMT bars, don't go for larger products of steel because we don't manufacture or that there are fewer sellers of that.
No, there is nothing.
Why OECD countries have 4 times steel demand per capita as compared to India? What is the difference?
India is a developing country. As our economy would progress, our per capita in steel consumption would keep growing. If you see the per capita increase in steel consumption, it's all directly proportional to the infrastructure and per capita income growth of the country. As our railways, dedicated freight corridors, ports, highways, infrastructure projects pick up pace, as our per capita income increases, our per capita steel consumption would directly increase in greater proportion. So the GDP growth of a nation has a direct relation to the increase in steel demand.
Okay. Yeah. So fair point. We have next speaker, Mr. Debatosh Roy, Senior Vice President and Director, Bitcall.
Thank you, Mr. Abhaya, and thanks, FICCI, for inviting me, and also would like to congratulate all my fellow panelists for their wonderful presentation. Yes, Bitcall, we have been in the field of bitumen. Incidentally, the associate company of Bitcall was the first bitumen importer into India way back in 1998. 1997 was when bitumen was decanalized. So it is very important to understand that as our fellow panelists from IOCL had been telling that the bitumen consumption is growing, and there is a healthy opportunity for the imported bitumen also to be used in the infrastructure development. So Bitcall is going to continuously play a major role in that direction. But today I'm here not to talk about the imported bitumen, but to talk about something absolutely different. We have been talking till now about building roads, constructing good roads, and we are investing billions in that. But I am going to put a word of caution here. What I would like to say that while we think about building roads, it is very important for us also to think ahead to preserve this high value asset that we are creating. This is very, very important. If you go by the current figures that we more or less see on an average, 1 square meter of a good quality 8-lane highway costs around 20,000 rupees per square meter to construct a greenfield. If you compare it with the cost that is there on an average for a real estate, an average real estate that costs around 10,000 rupees per square meter to construct. So a road asset is very expensive. So the amount of attention, the amount of care that we use in order to maintain an asset like a building, it is very important that we also put that same amount of care and attention to the construction, to the maintenance of such highways. Now, what I would like to say that maintenance we have been doing. We know that we have got a very well-developed regime of what is called periodic maintenance of highways. But I think the time has come to shift this paradigm, and we must move from this periodic maintenance to preventive maintenance. So what is preventive maintenance? Preventive maintenance is the maintenance of the road based on its condition. India has got a very, very varied climatic condition across the country. So one solution doesn't fit all. We have got very heavy monsoons. We have got cold deserts. We have got hot deserts. So all these areas, they need different kind of approaches and different ways in which we should be doing this preservation of the pavements. Microsurfacing is the technology that I would like to stress today on, because this is a technology which is very well suited for all kinds of roads, specifically bituminous. And this microsurfacing technology can be one of the technologies which can be adopted extensively in the preventive as well as the periodic maintenance of roads. What is microsurfacing? It's a simple cold mix technology by which you use bitumen emulsion as the major item for doing this application. So it's a gold class technology. It is the preferred practice globally. It is something that is already going on in India in a smaller scale. So as Ambika rightly said, that these are not new technologies, but we need to mainstream them. So that is exactly what we need to do, adopt them more extensively. Now, what are the specific advantages of microsurfacing? It's fully mechanized. So you can actually do it very fast. We are talking about doing the or achieving the world records in construction of new roads, whether it is bituminous or whether it is cement concrete. Now it is a time to also achieve a world record in the maintenance of kilometers done per day. And this is possible with this technology called microsurfacing. When we talk about microsurfacing, it is a thin layer. It is a thin layer of 6 to 8 millimeters. Compared to that, the alternative that we have is bituminous concrete, which is a minimum of 40 millimeters. So think about the amount of aggregates that we will be saving. How much of lower carbon emission that we are going to have. So this technology is the technology of the future. It has to be adopted aggressively. It is an absolutely green technology, and it is cheaper than the current existing options that we have. So altogether, I think microsurfacing is a way forward. Microsurfacing can be adopted for any kind of structurally adequate roads, which has got a surface roughness of 2000 to 3000 millimeter. And you can also have specialized developed fiber reinforced microsurfacing for highly distressed roads. And at the end of it, it is also suitable for applying on concrete roads where this surface has become slippery and safety is being compromised. You can give a layer of microsurfacing on the concrete roads, and you can actually increase the surface roughness and increase safety. So with this, I would like to hand it over back to Mr. Abhay, and thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Very interesting. And we have now coming to last speaker, Mr. Rexy. Again, he is president of Bitumen Forum and managing director of Rex Group of Companies. He has 30+ experience in oil and gas sector. He started his career with BPCL. Mr. Rexy, thanks for being patient, and you have now wisdom of speaking after everybody has spoken.
Yes.
So you know what to speak, what not to speak.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Vicky. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Thanks, Vicky. Thanks, all the panelists. Thanks, Abhay, for letting me speak. I appreciate all the effort put in by Vicky. Every year they organize this conference because this subject is of great importance. I'll tell you about Bitumen Forum. Bitumen Forum is a group of people from the bitumen industry, from oil companies, from government institutions, road contractors, bitumen importers, suppliers, everyone, so professionals. professors. It's a group of people from the bitumen industry. And the main objective is to make India proud of bitumen roads. We want to make good roads, and that's what the main objective of the forum is. It's a non-profit organization, and we work towards this objective. Let me tell you, if I drive my car or you drive your car, what are two most important things you look for? You look for safety and you look for driving comfort. The driving comfort and safety are the two most important things when you take your car or vehicle on the road. And believe me, if you take these two factors, then nothing can beat bitumen. For driving comfort and safety, bitumen is one of the best products to be used for as a binder for the road sector. Now, bitumen got many advantages like the time, cost, what you call repair, maintenance, everything. Bitumen has many advantages. And India uses a lot of bitumen. To give an idea of the bitumen scenario in the world, you can look at it. It's 100 million tons of bitumen are consumed every year. 100 million tons. India consumes only 7 million tons, okay, which might go up to 10 million tons. Our neighbor China consumes 28 million tons. US consumes 30 million tons. And our road network is second largest in the world. We have got around 58 lakh tons of 5.8 million kilometers of road, which is the second largest in the world. But our bitumen consumption is minuscule. Also the fact that 90%, above 90% of all the roads in our country is made of bitumen. Many people speak about other roads, but bitumen constitutes the major portion. What is it? 90% of the roads are made of bitumen in India. So bitumen is going to stay. Bitumen is not nowhere in the world you can see the bitumen consumption is going down. Nowhere. Everywhere bitumen consumption is going up. Now the biggest problem is US. US is going to come with 3 trillion tons of infrastructure. Believe me, the demand for bitumen will go further once US starts making roads. Because bitumen roads are very popular all over the world. Now, how much India produces? India produces 5 million tons. India might require 5 more. India will have to import. As Sanjay rightly said, in case the profits are there, the demand is good, the refineries can also expand. They can also increase the production. Okay, but what remains the point is that we have to make good roads. And bitumen is a product which gets modified, the technology changes, and there are new products as Mr. Devatesh and Ambika will throw light on that. We have to make roads to last longer. Can you believe there are bitumen roads in the world which last for 20 years? For 20 years, the road has lasted. And I've gone and seen it. It is in Switzerland and most part of Europe. The roads will last for 15 years, 10 years. And here our roads can't last for 5 years. So there's something wrong. Somewhere we have to improve. I think with people like CRI, IITs, and all companies like Bitcoin and all, they all must come forward and look at coming out with products which is better technology, the latest which suits India. I'm talking about modified bitumen. Ambika is working on plastic bitumen. So a lot of new technologies are coming up. We have to adapt this technology. And we are very fortunate that our minister and our government are open to new products and new technologies. We must take advantage of that. And I request FICCI to take up this cause for bringing the best technology in bitumen production to India and to ensure that quality matters. I hear the talk about tenders and the lowers and the more competition trying to cut down cost. But believe me, quality should be one of the most important factors when you decide on a supplier or a contractor. The future is bright. I think for bitumen users, for road contractors, we have a great future. All our effort, our bitumen forum effort to work with each one of y'all and see that the roads we make, we are proud of. Every Indian must be proud of the roads which we have. That's all. Any questions? Please, I'm free. I'm available.
Thank you, Mr. Rexy. Thank you so much. So, of course, we finished the first round of introduction come initial remarks. And now I think I will take liberty and your permission to ask some random questions to panelists. And in the meantime, also wait from the audience if there is any question through Komal. So, Dr. Ambika, my first question to you is that, what is the best replacement for bitumen if bitumen is not the most sustainable material for us? So both in terms of cost, efficiency, pollution, as well as speed of the construction?
Sir, I would like to correct here that bitumen is the most sustainable material.
Okay.
It's just that we have to start our implementation process, the methodology and the design properly. Otherwise, there is no other sustainable material. Specifically, if you compare with the concrete and etc., bitumen is sustainable in each aspect because it is much more economical. Concrete roads are expensive. I do not want to dwell much into the comparison with the concrete, but if we talk about the 3 parameters of sustainability, then bitumen delivers very well. It is economical, it pollutes less in comparison to other materials. The emissions are much lesser. We have done a project where we compared concrete road and a bitumen road, how much was the emission on the same chainages. So it is sustainable. The only thing is that we need to do some modifications if we want to make it more long lasting. As I said in my initial remark, that these days the roads are not able to withstand the high thermal variations. We have India is a country where we have peculiar temperature variations. Our pavement faces a temperature of 70 degrees, and at the night time it would be like 5 degrees centigrade along with the rain. So that is most damaging to a pavement. So we need to add the additives and then improve the asphalt mix, number 1. Number 2, when you said what we can replace it, there are a lot of research activities going on in CRRI. We have already aligned our R&D activities towards the aim of saving our natural resources, be it the aggregate or the bitumen. We have started working on making biobinders. That is the organic binder, which is not petroleum based, but it would be coming from the waste materials like sugarcane bagasse, rice husk. The lignin part of these waste materials can be processed to give us the aromatics, which can replace the petroleum bitumen. So that is a replacement we are looking at. I hope in the coming few years, 4 to 5 years down the line, that bitumen and the trials with this replaced bitumen we will be completing by next few years. That is one replacement. Another is plastic bitumen, as Rexy rightly mentioned, that we have worked a lot on that. When we add plastic into the road mix, we can save some amount of the petroleum bitumen. So by saving that, again, we are saving non-renewable energy resources. These are the 3 things which can be making the already sustainable asphalt more sustainable.
Okay, thank you. I think it is now more clear and you have educated me on that. So I would like to go back to Mr. Sanjay Bajaj. You know, rehabilitation pass was something which kind of very interesting. And also the large base compacting in one go. So why there is no large scale adoption, and what will it take to really mainstream these two? You are mute, sir.
So thanks, Abhay. I'll answer your second part first. See, when you talk about compacting or paving bigger thicknesses, we are confined by this so-called Orange Book from Ministry, which are the standards, though it keeps getting reprinted every 3 or 4 years, but it's mostly cut paste copy. So our consultant at site really do not want to have a relook or want to change their mindset on this. Practically, it should be a compaction factor, and a lot of knowledge is here on this panel. They will agree with me. But that's a mindset problem. So I think it's changing for sure. Very proud to share that NHAI is taking the initiative, but not the consulting team or even contractors, because even they don't know about it. So it's up to us as an industry, as a be it CRI, be it IIT, be the industry, FICCI, or a lot of people here, to share the good aspect of this, because this is going to really change soon. So I would say it's mostly lack of knowledge, mindset, and some way binded by the so-called Orange Book result. But it's changing. Though ministry has given liberties, but there's still a knowledge gap. That's number one. Number two, even as an industry, from a construction equipment manufacturing, even we do not really share too much because there's internal competition between the industry. So even they like to share or not to share the best practices for their own reason. I mean, we don't know about it. Coming to rehabilitation, I think it has taken a really, really good pace. I started back in 2010, and that's when we built the first highway in Chennai, Tada. And recently we have evaluated the NH2 with 180 MSA, where CRI was part of it, and they designed and investigated. I would say rehabilitation has really taken up very well. It's still a mindset, again, with the concessionaires, contractor authorities on the recycling of asphalt pavement, be it in cold recycling with hot recycling. But good thing is we have codes, we have a lot of references, we have a lot of projects certified. It's only a matter of time, when people realize aggregates resources, they will take it up. So the child was born 10 years back. It's taken baby steps. I think now it's growing stage.
Okay. So tell me one thing, rehabilitation with expansion of lane, can both the things happen in terms of greenfield and brownfield together with the same machinery?
So
without compromising speed?
So greenfield projects will not talk about rehabilitation because there's nothing to
I know,
right?
But say if one lane, intermediate lane has to be expanded to 2 lane or more lanes.
So this existing widening project, that is very common phenomena. So the projects, what we have largely done was 4 to 6 lane conversion. They full and fully got damaged or cracked. So 4 lane, what we did was a complete rehabilitation, and the widened portion was completely rebuilt. So it's all NH2, NH5, NH9, NH69 was a combination of all this. So very much possible, and it's what we in practice nowadays.
Okay.
But
the second question which you answered in terms of compaction factor, basically you're referring to performance-based contract,
correct,
where it should be outcome driven. But I think what I have talked to, reputed contractor versus mid-size versus smaller contractor, the quality construction is so poor that perhaps government authorities, they don't want to take risk of not over mentioning, how to do it. Do you agree with that, or?
I agree partly, and I don't agree partly. If you look at the BOT concept, and now the new cash concept, they are more largely same except the financial part of it. Where the DLP is now 10 years in this big expressway projects, right? So contractor knows from day one that he has to do a good job, otherwise for 10 years he's going to get stuck there. So slowly, this has got into the system now, and I'm sure with a lot of knowledge coming up, a lot of people getting wiser, new technologies coming in. It is taking time, but for sure we're on the track. But yes, for the cash projects, item rate contracts, it's still a long way to go.
I hope item rate contracts are extinct. Not yet.
Not yet. A lot of PWDs still have item rate contracts.
Okay.
Yeah. So EPC is only largely done for national highways or some state highways, but otherwise still we are depending on item rate contracts.
So in terms of Ambika, has OECD countries moved into, because they don't have so much of greenfield and new construction requirements. Population has stabilized. Are they using same technologies as we are using, or they have very different techniques, or they have got into more asset maintenance? Is there anything to learn from them?
Yeah, definitely. They are not more into the greenfield construction, but they are more into the asset management. You are right, and they all these technologies. Recently, from CRI, we did some seminars with the German counterparts, their government agencies, how they are maintaining their roads, and are doing recycling, stabilization technologies like this in full swing. So they do not have this idea of just removing the existing pavement and then throwing it away and having new construction. So most of their roads, they are either as Debatoshi said that they do preventive maintenance, and if there is a failure, then they recycle. There are hardly any roads where there is new construction, so they recycle a lot. Only in term, I would like to share that there is just one technology where all these countries, they have not started using it, and from CRRI we are representing and guiding them how to adopt. So I really proud that CRRI is a partner to that in terms of use of waste plastic in roads. So that is something which they have started venturing into. That has not been taken by all the developed countries, but otherwise, yes, recycling, stabilization, full depth reclamation is widely adopted there. Even our codes and guidelines, we have taken their guidelines and then fine-tuned with respect to our requirements, our country's requirements, and made those guidelines.
Okay.
Abhay, just to one line, following what Ambika said. See the recycling part, I think we still don't have big guidelines to use in the top level asphalt, BC. In Europe and US, they really mill everything and they reuse back 100% back into ecosystem, where we are still actually struggling at practically 25% of RAP into DBM only today. So there's a major driving factor in us and the Europe.
Abhijit, I would like to just take a minute to add to this what Sajid said, that yes, we have a restriction of 25 to 30%, but that is only for the hot recycling, whereas in cold recycling, we are doing 100% recycling of the existing pavement. And I would also like to prize here to everyone that it is not that the government agencies are not working on this. Ministry and NHI have sponsored a project to CRRI, and we've already started working on lifting this restriction of 30% to 70%. We are currently working on the laboratory designs, and soon we will construct with NHI a highway where approximately 60 to 70% of the RAP material would be used. So it's more of because the agencies do not have that confidence in terms of the performance parameters. They wanted somebody to adopt it and give them the performance of 3 years, so that then they can definitely revise guidelines and lift this restriction of 30%. So this is already in place. So I think in another 2 to 3 years, this will also be done once we prove that on site that yes, it can be done.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Understood. Komal, we have one more question time, or should I close it?
I think you can take a couple of questions and then we'll just round it off.
Okay, Mr. Roy, you talked about preventive maintenance. I was talking to CEO of UK Highway Agency, and they are deploying satellite images to see the weathering pattern of road, and before pothole emerges or maintenance is required on the site, they are able to take care of it. So basically, before maintenance is required, they are able to maintain it and not let it appear. You think, is there any scope for us to go into preventive maintenance, as you talked about it, on an extensive basis and save a lot of cost and save a lot of lives?
Absolutely, yes. It's a big yes. That is the answer to the simplest answer to your question. What you are referring to is taking a satellite imagery and then making the analysis in terms of what are the different locations, spots where the preventive maintenance has to be done on a priority basis. I will put it in a different perspective altogether. I will say that the day the road is made, from the next day itself, you should actually have a preventive maintenance routine well in place. See, generally what you see, we in India, we know how the road deteriorates, and sometimes we are aghast to see that the road has failed and potholes have developed extensively across the road. even within 2 years, 3 years time of service life of the pavement. So what we should do is that on a routine basis, we should do the visual inspection of the pavement. Top-down cracks, surface failures should be addressed. We should have a system by which the potholes, when they start emerging at the very early stages, should be sealed with what is called the cold mix technology. This cold mix technology is now more or less well accepted across the world. This will ensure that you actually seal those failures in time and stop them from becoming too big. Number 3, there should be a regular regime of doing what is called a fog seal, then a slurry seal, then microsurfacing, and for 5 years of time, from the 3rd year onwards, you should definitely have this regular periodic preventive maintenance being done on the pavements, which application you can choose depending upon the status of the pavement. That is how I would do.
Okay, Mr. Rexy, any closing remark?
Yeah, I think it was very interesting discussions on road construction. One common thing came out is that everyone wants to make very good roads, and that's very heartening. I think we're very fortunate to be in this country at this time of the cycle, because the next 10 years we're going to see tremendous growth. Bitumen roads are going to become very popular in the days to come because of the safety and driving comfort and many other advantages. And I'm very happy that people like CRI and other IITs are all working towards making better roads. As far as bitumen is concerned, there's enough bitumen in the world. There won't be any shortage of bitumen. You'll get better and better quality of bitumen. The only request would be that don't think bitumen as bitumen only. Bitumen has to be modified. If you want better roads, you have to modify the bitumen. So let us stress on modification. Let us adapt the technologies which other countries are using. Even small countries are using PMB, polymer modified bitumen. People like Roy has got tremendous experience in this field. So please go ahead, use the right quality of bitumen. Don't use cheap bitumen. My request to all road contractors, every user is, please do not use cheap bitumen. All your problems are coming up because many of the problems are coming up because some are using cheap bitumen. Do not go for cheap bitumen, go for good quality bitumen. Stick to the what you call your values of giving good products and use viscosity grade bitumen. Please do not use pen grade bitumen. Try and use as much as possible VG grade bitumen. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question to Mr. Ashish. You know, there is a bitumen lobby is heavy here. You like to say something? Balance yourself.
No, I feel that they are more relevant. So I presented facts related to steel, and in fact, I would just like to add, one of the co-panelists was speaking about, the Orange Book, moving slightly slowly in terms of change of specification but for steel, I would like to put in a word of appreciation for the ministry. So they have recently come up with an amendment for the approval of vendors for rebars. And they have made it they have taken a very positive direction, irrespective of the route of steel making. They have now allowed all manufacturers conforming to the specification. That has increased the availability to the of the number of vendors to the contractors, and now that's the right direction that ministry has taken as far as steel is concerned.
We expect the same for the bitumen also from the ministry. We have written to the ministry also. Please open up, give a chance to everyone.
I have a question to Ashish. Ashish, when will steel come down here?
So we really pray that government takes notice of the various representations and brings some sanity to the raw material prices. We are we are sandwiched as manufacturers. Today after the last amendment in MMRDA Act, most of the merchant mines have closed. Merchant iron ore mines have closed. Now whatever production is there primarily is in the hands of few PSUs, namely NMDC and OMC. Now they have a practice of going for e-auction of a very minuscule quantity of their production, which is then put up for e-bidding. So you have a scenario where you have maybe less than 1% of the demand put up for e-auction, and whereas all the manufacturers are hungry to buy that product, and then the prices, obviously in such a scenario, what would happen? So the prices, go up, keep going up, irrespective of the finished prices prevailing on the ground, and that is putting a lot of cost pressures on the manufacturers. So the simple solution is this is a foundational problem for the industry, and which is now biting the construction industry. So that was one of the main reasons why I wanted to put this forward to the delegates and the viewers today, to understand that this problem is now biting the construction industry. It is biting the dedicated freight corridors. It is biting the national highway construction. It is biting CPWD contractors. It is biting everyone.
Biting us also.
And there is this misnomer.
One lesson from India is that never touch existing one, be it GST or anything. Just let things evolve.
No, I disagree, sir. I disagree.
I'm just joking.
No, I would like to tell you. I would like to tell you the last step was probably intentioned better, but probably the execution could have been far more better. But still,
always the case.
Yeah. So GST was a great exercise. We are, we that as a great progressive step in that, taken one of the best liberalization step taken by any government in any part of the world, well executed. In addition to now transparent, tax assessments taking place, a lot of good things have happened.
Yeah.
The MMRDA step was well meant, but probably improperly executed. So we really hope, keeps finger crossed, that government takes up and takes notice and solve this problem sooner rather than later. Otherwise, we don't see these prices cooling off, and manufacturers getting pressurized to keep on, upping the prices, which cannot be sustainable.
And we notice only when prices go up. Steel industry was going through a very bad cycle, very bad cycle, when Chinese was not, they were not buying. So nobody kind of. Yeah, Mr. Bajaj, we closing. So just quick minute.
So I heard Mr. saying the cartel of steel is a cartel of cement lobby. But in last months, but coming to bitumen, in last couple of months, even bitumen prices shot up. What is that break-even? Mr. Dixie can answer that.
Yeah. See, frankly, bitumen prices are linked to two products. One is furnace oil, and other is crude. Okay, because crude is the mother product, and from crude, then you get bitumen. 1 year back, the cost of bitumen was 15,000 rupees, only 15,000 rupees. And the crude prices were $25, $30. Today, crude is just 75, and crude might touch 85 in the very near future. So when crude prices goes up, bitumen prices goes up. But remember, the cost of bitumen is less than the cost of crude. So when you import crude, you are paying a higher price than you are when you're importing bitumen. Bitumen price today is around $300, and if you look at the price of food, is around $500. So the bitumen price is always less than the crude price. However, the prices have gone up. I agree with you. It was 15,000 a year back, and today it is around 3,000 rupees. So it is double. The crude prices have gone up by 3 times. Crude prices have gone up by 3 times, but bitumen prices 15,000 is the lowest. I think the history of in the last 10 years, I don't think bitumen touched 15,000. When the rupee was $40, bitumen was 18,000, 20,000. Today rupee is 74, and bitumen is only 30,000. To that extent, bitumen prices have not gone up. It's still cheap compared to other products.
So okay, on a very lighter note, I just take half a minute. Taking a cue from what Mr. Rexy said, mineral prices have gone up by almost 2.5 times, whereas steel prices maybe have gone up by 60-65%. So it is the industry which had to absorb this increase to a major extent. So that is the same scenario happening in steel now.
Yeah.
Ashish, I hope, I just want to end the comment that I really wish that you guys sooner sort this steel price, because at CRRI we have already started getting the hints from the government that we should start working on replacement of steel use in construction. So please, kindly solve this pricing issues. Otherwise, the pressure will start coming on to give them some alternative to this.
Ma'am, I can only tell you that industry has been relentlessly working on cost reduction and cost rationalization. But we are essentially a processing industry. So we process from iron ore to a TMT bar or something else, whatever you can say. So there is this kind of innovation that you can do in terms of economies of production or cost rationalization. Beyond a point, it becomes very difficult. So it is the supply side of raw material which is creating the major pressure, which has to be sorted out not in our hands.
I'm sorry to put this discussion abruptly close because I also have to move out and we're also busting time. And thank you all the panelists. I know, Mr. Sanjay, you have something in your mind. We will discuss later, maybe on the call. So thank you everybody for joining and taking part in the debate. I think it was becoming interesting towards the end. And so Komal, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Abhay. Thank you all the panelists. I think this was a very, very dynamic discussion, a lot of key takeaways. In fact, the entire program throughout the day have really saw some very interesting discussion from the minister talking about that, they are not satisfied with building 37 kilometers of roads per day and are actually looking at something around 100 kilometers. To various discussion on terms of, how do we work on the financing part, the InvITs, what is going to be India's stand on the smart highways to us, towards the end of the discussion, talking about the new and emerging technologies and what is the need of the hour and what needs to be done in the India context. So I would again like to thank all our speakers, our sponsors, our delegates. Thank you so much for joining us. And with this, we call a wrap for the second edition of Roads and Highway Summit. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.